All right, I think we are live, everyone. What obnoxious sound would
I
you like to
hope
play?
so.
No, I would never.
What, be obnoxious?
No, I do that. I do that every day.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I keep inviting you on here. It's one of my more
No, I actually
prominent
didn't have
character
anything
flaws.
queued up.
But yeah, I know this has nothing to do with the movie, but I thought it'd be funny to have the Brazil flag as the backdrop for this stream.
I mean, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And the problem is, I don't know if any of the chilling and grilling ones have slurs, so I'm not actually gonna play them.
Rangi's going to be the death of me. I hope you all know that. But
Hey, no, I said I'm not playing
yeah.
them on stream.
Anyway, Brazil. We're not here to talk about the Brazil Winter Olympics, believe it or not. I'm sure both Art and Rangi would love to, because they love sports ball, as they would call it.
I actually don't mind watching the Olympics.
Which is funny, because that's like the one thing I don't really get into. Like I appreciate the Olympics for what they are. It's just I never got into them. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, despite every time they come around, I'm like, no, I'm gonna get into them this year, and then I never do. Michael Phelps was really the only time I got into the Olympics, when he was swimming.
The Olympics was a waste of time once they got rid of poetry, architecture, and town planning as events. Those were all real Olympic events.
Oh, I completely believe you. Speaking of ridiculous
And
historical
sculpting, I
facts,
think.
sculpting, that takes some skill.
Ah,
But yeah, so that's a good segue into our historical bit we're gonna do at the start of every stream. So last time I forgot, but we needed to test the audio anyway. Speaking of which, how do we sound, Rangi?
Let me actually pull up the stream because you didn't link.
Bruh, don't you just subscribe to me?
I'm there. Hang
Fake
on.
friend for
I
real.
don't use YouTube on my computer.
Rangi's a fake friend for real.
We sound fine.
We do
We
sound
sound
fine.
fine.
All right. So no tweaking necessary. This I think this is a record, right? First time we
Yeah.
didn't need to tweak the audio.
Yeah, no, I think we got it. Yeah.
It only took what?
Did
like-
I post the link to this in all the various places? Because Ryan hasn't done it.
Yeah, you should go do that. But yeah, no, I think this is the first time.
Wait, you put the Brazilian flag as the background.
Bro, where were you like 5 minutes ago? That was the whole segue into this tangent.
I was re-reviewing my little cheat sheet.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we started talking about the Olympics. Because I was making a joke that we're here to talk about Brazil's performance in the Olympics, or lack thereof. I don't know how they're doing this.
Oh no, I heard that, but I didn't realize you put it on the background of the stream.
Yeah, no, I thought it'd be funny, and it is.
Oh,
Don't worry,
no,
I have relevant.
most affected.
I have relevant images. Actually, I think I uploaded more images for this than I did the Lion King.
Brazil won their first Winter Olympic medal at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
Oh well, good for you, Brazil.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, if you're in that, if you're not in like a winter climate, you're kind of fucked in the Winter Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
So
Pretty much.
that's what. Haven't Norway just been dominating everything?
They are number one in medals. Number two is the United States.
About
should
right. Yeah, the United States is always top 3 in every Olympics.
How are we beating Canada? Canada should be beating
We beat
us.
them
They're like
with both men and women for hockey, right? That was like big news.
Canada aren't even in the top 10 for medals.
jeez,
fucked.
Canada, step up! You guys have like one thing, and it's always winter over there.
Apparently, their best like hockey player got food poisoning from Indian food
Oh.
and then missed the match. That's what I heard.
Canada are in 11th.
Boo!
I'm not gonna make the joke.
Rangi.
And my favorite country, individual neutral athletes.
That's like a new thing.
What does that mean?
You can compete without representing a country apparently now. kind of
I mean,
feel like
I'm fine with that.
I feel like I kind of feel like it defeats the whole point, but whatever, I guess.
It's people from Russia who are competing because they banned Russia and
Oh,
Belarus from
that's what that
competing.
is. Gotcha. Makes sense. Makes sense. But what was I gonna
Oh,
say?
anyway,
Yeah. No. One of these days when my channel finally gets monetized, when they go to review it, it's just gonna be a highlight reel of all the heinous shit Rangi said. It's gonna get played in the YouTube boardroom.
I hope so.
Nah, it's got. Is that?
Rangi will become infamous.
Yeah.
Oh.
But we all know it's not
You
going to
know-
reach the boardroom. It's going to be like some guy like Sam Lowry, who's like a lower level bureaucrat, has to review all of it. Which would be a good segue into the movie, but we still have to go over the facts, so I'll get into it. So in the year 2 of AD, the year of our Lord, 2 Anno Domini, the Roman Empire is still led by the first Roman Emperor, Augustus. The Han Dynasty's Chinese Empire is still under Emperor Ping. He's no Emperor AI, but he'll do. The Parthian Emperor.
Well,
The Parthian Empire is now under Phraates V. You made that joke that he's a top 4 Phraates. He might not be. Phraates V might be better.
this guy's a top 5 Freddy, for sure.
There you go. Assuming there's no Phraates VI. I don't know if there is or not.
I'll let you know right now. And you might not see this coming, but I already have a joke locked and loaded if there is.
Well, I guess in future episodes, when we get to his reign, we can make that joke if you can remember it.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, Art's like an elephant; he never forgets. Rangi's also like an elephant. Anyway,
Only an attack down below.
That's
Like
kind of where I
that.
was going with that. But yeah, and then so it's now under control of Phraates V and Musa, as Phraates IV was poisoned by Musa, and then Musa then made herself and Phraates V co-rulers of the Parthian Empire. So yeah, so I guess it's kind of like goes around, comes around. Like you kill family, get killed by family.
Oh, yeah.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. What can I say? Reap what you sow,
Musa
motherfucker.
also invented a popular dessert.
What?
The mousse.
Ah. In Africa,
That's not true.
the mousse? Isn't mousse dessert?
Yeah,
Yeah, like chocolate
yeah,
mousse.
but she didn't invent it.
Oh, I thought you just said it sounded like that.
Yeah.
Well, one of these days we'll get to those fun facts of like the inventors of food, but we're a little ways off from that. In year 2, the year the sandwich gets invented, it's gonna be a real fun one.
What, the year burger got invented?
The Earl sandwich.
Yes. Once we reach episode like 1730 or whatever.
Yes, like 30 years from now. But in Africa, Juba II of Mauritania joins Gaius Caesar in Armenia as a military advisor. It is during this period that he meets Glaphyra, a Cappadocian princess and the former wife of Alexandrios of Judea, a brother of Herod Archelaus, Ethnarch of Judea, and becomes enamored with her. So there's a lot of names and places that you'll all probably forget in 5 seconds.
I was, yeah.
Well, that happened. I guess it's
This might be a controversial opinion, but I believe everyone involved in that story should die.
well. I have news for you, Art. You'll get your wish. I don't think anyone involved in that story is alive anymore.
That's good then.
Yeah, that would be a real shock if they were. In China, Wang Mang. Wang Mang begins a program of personal aggrandizement, restoring marquise titles to past imperial princes, and princesses, and introducing a pension system for retired officials. Restrictions are placed on the emperor's mother, consort Wei, and members of the Wei clan. But yes, that's because of Wang Mang.
That's good wang, man.
That is a good wang mang. God, these Chinese names are gonna be the death of me. In Persia, Vonis I had been installed as a king of the Parthian emperor after a period of exile in Rome. So I guess he's like a lesser king because Phraates V is king of kings. And he was deposed by the Mathston, the Parthian noble council. His romanticized policies. Oh no, that's not romanticized. That's Romanized. His Romanized policies and mannerisms were unpopular among the Parthian aristocracy, prompting the council to replace him with Artabanus III, a more traditional Parthian ruler. In Rome,
and one of the top 3 Arthur Binia, whatever his name was.
Correct. In Rome, following the death of Lucius Caesar, Augustus allows his stepson Tiberius back into Rome as a private citizen after 6 years of enforced retirement on roads. Oh, there's the redheaded bastard stepchild that no one wants to talk about.
Right, he sent to Rhode Island?
Yeah, quite the trek. 6 years in Rhode Island is it's a hell.
Fate worse than death.
Yeah, it is a fate worse than death. And Mason Curie in Nimes, France is built. So there you go. That was built by the Romans.
Oh. Nimes, France. Nîmes.
Nimes? Is that how you pronounce it?
I think you pronounce the S.
Okay.
N-
So how do you say it?
Nîmes, I think.
Oh, just
Nîmes,
Nîmes.
France.
All right.
I think so.
The only important birth this year was Deng Yu, a Chinese general and statesman.
No, Dang you.
Deng Yu, yeah, Deng Yu. So yeah, he later became a Chinese general and statesman. Pour one out to Deng Yu for being born, or pop one to celebrate. Pour one out for these unlucky folks. Like I said earlier, Phraates IV, king of kings in the Parthian Empire, was poisoned by Musa. Lucius Caesar, grandson of Augustus, died of an illness. And Gaius Marcius Caesarius, Roman consul, died while governor of Galatia, modern day Turkey. So there you go, everyone. That's what happened in year 2. I think Wang Mang was the highlight of that year.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But
everyone, but especially Rangi, loves the Wang, man.
Yeah, Rangi does love.
No, wait. I was gonna say I love Wang Man. What are you talking about?
But yeah, that's all I had for fun facts about. Oh shit, I forgot to put the thing up. Where is it?
Yeah, you tell me.
Yeah, I was gonna put up like the image, like year 2 AD. I'm gonna put up the image every time we do this segment, but I guess I'm just gonna put it up just to take it down because I'm scatterbrained. But yeah, year 2, everyone. Yay! All right, Art, you wanna take us into Brazil? This was your pick, so I'm gonna let you lead the stream.
Yeah, it's just a bad idea, but okay.
It's all
wait.
I'll be doing the visuals.
Do we want to start with our general thoughts, or do we want to start that for the when we get to the like external or the?
I guess we can just do kind of like very briefly do our overall thoughts. We'll go Rangi, then me, then Art.
Right.
So let's
I went into the movie pretty blind. Like, I didn't look up anything about it. I assumed it would be about the country of Brazil in some way. And thus, when I watched it, I was kind of taken off guard at first, and then I was kind of like, oh, well, this is interesting. I'm not really a big absurdist comedy guy. I like them for what they are, but it's not my favorite genre, I would say that. It's one I'm kind of like, it's okay, it's there. And this one, I think the satire kind of hit for me in a lot of ways, because I've had to deal with like a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of like the struggles of it, and so I can kind of very much see where the movie is coming from.
Hmm. I think a lot of it was just kind of like the writer and director's like real world problems like amplified to like the 11th degree, like just taking a lot of things that bother them about bureaucracy and capitalism and just making a mockery of it, and technocracy as well.
Well, that's the interesting thing. I don't know if I would agree with the capitalism criticism, it being a capitalism
Well,
criticism of
that's
it.
a
Well,
well, that's what
maybe in a few
the
aspects.
pipe stuff is absolutely a capitalist criticism, like where they monopolized like the energy market and everyone's stuck with that god awful company. They like
I
the
don't know if I would call that a criticism That's more a criticism of government interference, though.
how's that a criticism of government interference? Usually, the only way to stop a monopoly is government interference, because the free market left unchecked will
Well,
create monopolies.
I clarify.
okay, wait.
I just
Was
need to
it
clarify.
Central?
Let,
I just need to
Oh,
clarify. Central Services in the movie isn't a company; it's part of the government.
oh,
yeah,
that's my
that was
bad
my
then.
interpretation.
Okay,
That's what
then
is my
I'll
interpretation.
take
So.
the L on that one. I thought they were a corporation, but yes, they
To
are
be
very
fair, the
inept. So
Wikipedia
that makes
mentions
sense that they're a
criticism
government.
of capitalism too. So
Okay.
you're not.
Well, yeah, like I said, this is only my first time watching it, so I thought they were a private entity. But no, that makes more sense that they're government run because how inept they are. Usually, even if like there is a monopoly, usually they at least have good service. That's how they became monopoly in the first place. Or,
Well, Steam is a good example, right?
I mean, sure, I don't really use Steam, but I heard good things about it.
Well, basically, it's like all of the other competitors of Steam just are a worse product than Steam. That's the big thing with
Yeah,
it.
like the Epic Game Store, you don't want to use that.
I used it briefly when they were giving free games every month, but I didn't have anything off of it.
All right. Well, I guess do you have anything else to say for your brief summary before we get into the specifics?
Well, I think we'll get into most of what I want to say, but I guess what I can say is I was very surprised to buy this film. Didn't really know what to expect, and it kind of kept me guessing. And I think about the quarter way through, I was kind of it's weird. Like I wouldn't say this is my this probably is not going to make my one of my list of my favorite films, but it's a film I haven't been able to stop thinking over the past day since I watched it.
Yeah, it leaves you a lot to chew on. I feel like I almost haven't had enough time to digest it to really speak on it with confidence. There's just so much going on, so much to say, which is kind of why I'm gonna let
Yeah,
Art direct the conversation because he's seen this 30 times.
I think you said earlier today.
30 or 40, 30, somewhere around that.
Yeah, so Art's somewhat of an expert on this film. But yeah, I guess I'll take over now. This movie is exactly what I thought it was going to be based off of the genre description. It said dystopian sci-fi comedy, and that's I would say exactly what it is. But even though I wasn't surprised by it, I was blown away by how I guess how like not funny, but like clever the humor was, right? Like there's a lot of movies that make me laugh, but like stupid humor can make me laugh. There was really
It's
clever comedy
very
throughout the whole
British
film.
comedy.
Yes, and British comedy is
Yes.
very hit or miss for me. This was definitely in the hit section. I laughed quite a few times throughout the film out loud. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I would say this
British
is yeah, go on.
British comedy, I think the best way I can describe it is
Very dry.
it doesn't make well no I was gonna say it doesn't make you go it doesn't make you laugh out loud
I don't know
all
about
the
that.
time. Wait, I said that's why I said all the time. Sometimes it's comedy where it sometimes it's comedy like that, but then other times it's like comedy that makes you like you have the chuckle and then you go like, huh.
So that's like a George Carlin joke.
Uh I'm not actually very familiar with George Carlin, but
You should be.
sure, I guess.
But anyway,
Yeah, sounds old.
he is. He's dead. He's good. You should check him out sometime. His stand up. But
He's my favorite.
yeah, he's really good. But yeah, I was like I said, British comedy is very hit or miss for me. My favorite comedy of all time is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I watched like the first half of Hot Fuzz. I didn't really like it, so I turned it off. I'll give it another shot at some point. Maybe I just wasn't in the right mood to watch it, but like I said, British comedy is very hit or miss for me, and this one was definitely in the hit section. Like I said, I thought a lot of their jokes had layers to them, and like the more you think about them, the funnier it gets. And they do a lot. They do a lot with prop comedy, which I think is kind of a lost art form these days, especially with the over reliance on CGI. Like having physical props on the set, I think really makes a difference for physical comedy. But yeah, no, I was very pleased with the film. I think I watched a different cut than you guys, so that's going to be interesting to see the comparisons and contrasts between those two cuts that we watched, how different or similar they ended up being. Because I know you said there's multiple cuts. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I think there's a lot to say, and I'll let Art take over.
For my general thoughts first.
Yeah.
Okay, I first saw this movie in 2004-ish.
Oh, Jesus.
I was 3.
I was 8.
I was 15. And it's my second favorite movie of all time.
Really?
I think it's absolutely phenomenal in almost every regard. I think it has one of the best endings of all time. But that is a type of ending I really like, and I've always really liked. And this movie has the best example of it.
Which ending?
The proper ending.
We'll get into that later.
I know. I have to highlight there are multiple cuts of this movie, different endings. That's what I'll say. And Art's talking about the original ending that was created by Terry. What's his name? Terry Gilliam. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has a cameo in this film.
He does.
He does, and so does one of the co-writers.
Yeah, I included images of both of them. But you said this was your second favorite film all time?
Yeah.
What's number 1?
What's the first?
Girl Interrupted.
Sorry, what did you say? You were interrupted?
Girl Interrupted.
Going through where?
Got interrupted?
Girl Interrupted.
Oh, okay. That's a very confusing title for a stream.
No, I've never heard of it.
No, me either.
But I never heard of Brazil either.
Same.
So
even my dad's never heard of this one. He's usually pretty familiar with most 80s cult classics. I guess maybe because it's a British cult classic rather than an American one.
And to Iron's point, maybe the reason why he liked this British comedy movie so much is because it was directed by an American. Who knows?
Yeah. And this was, you said it was some of the same people who made Monty Python were in this?
Well, Terry Gilliam was a member of Monty Python.
Okay, so that probably explains why.
He did all the animation in Monty Python.
Oh, those were great.
And in Holy Grail, he dies 6 times.
Well, I think
Terry Gilliam plays the Green Knight who fights the Black Knight.
Okay.
The animator who gets the heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
He plays Patsy, King Arthur's aide. He plays the old man from Scene 23.
That was Scene 27.
That's Terry Gilliam. Or it might be Scene 27. A fascinating scene where I think you can swallow or in the background.
Yeah, no, I've seen that film like 10 times. Every time I laugh throughout the whole film.
And of course, Michael Palin from Monty Python is also in the film.
Yeah, it's like I recognize their like faces. It's just I'm not good with their names. The Monty Python crew. George Cleese, that's a name in the Monty Python crew, right?
John Cleese.
John Cleese, yeah.
It's Graham Chapman, John Cleese, Eric Idle, Michael Palin, Terry Jones, and Terry Gilliam.
Okay.
All right, so that's jump into the.
So do you want to just go into right into the external stuff?
I guess yes.
All right. So development and financing. So do you want to, or you want to take us over and how this film got made?
I believe the original script was starting to be worked on around 1979 or 1978.
Mm-hmm.
It was written for Jonathan Pryce.
Mm-hmm.
Gilliam went to Handmade Films, which is George Harrison's production company.
Okay.
Which had been founded to fund
the Beatle.
The Beatle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which he founded to fund Life of Brian by Monty Python.
Okay.
That's why he took it to them, but they passed on it, and funded his Terry Gilliam's movie previous to this, Time Bandits, instead. I should also probably point out that Brazil is the second part of a loose trilogy.
Really?
Terry, they don't tell one story, but Terry Gilliam has described it as the trilogy of the imagination. Time Bandits being about the imagination from the point of view of a child, Brazil from the point of view of a middle-aged man, and The Adventures of Baron Munchausen from the point of view of an old man.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh yeah, I read that in the I read some of that in the Wikipedia, and like and I found that an interesting idea. I always find it interesting, the idea of a trilogy where it's not like a consistent story, but rather kind of just
consistent themes.
The director has this like fixation on an idea, and they're exploring that idea from different angles.
Yeah, consistent themes across eras or ages or time spans are always cool. The one I always think of is the Leonardo DiCaprio one with Django Unchained, The Great Gatsby, and The Wolf of Wall Street is kind of like the theme of human greed and like just throughout the eras. I think that's a cool.
I've never heard
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, I've never heard of those described as a trilogy. That is actually a pretty good one.
Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio prescribed it because I think those are his 3 favorite films he's done, and they're like all about the same theme throughout different time periods. So it's kind of a cool thematic trilogy of DiCaprio's career.
Another one is his Apocalypse trilogy, which is The Thing, Prince of Darkness, and In the Mouth of Madness.
Okay.
What?
I'm sorry. I've gone a little lost. I was doing else and don't worry about it. But are we we're still in the intro, right? Or have we moved on to like specific categories?
We're on the development,
and financing.
Yeah.
Oh no. Sorry, did I forget that development? But yeah, reading through that, yeah, because the thing I flagged from just my like hour of looking into the information was that this because Gilliam, Terry Gilliam, he's a name that's tied to like Python and all of that.
Yeah, we already went over that.
Yeah.
And the thing I noted was that basically tried to get from Handmade Films, which I assume is a studio involved with Monty Python.
Yeah, Handmade Films was George Harrison's studio that he set up specifically to fund Monty Python's Life of Brian.
Right, you do
Yeah.
this a lot. You like 5 minutes later go over the exact conversation we just had.
Okay. No. I'm making sure what we covered because
No,
I
it's
did
all
zone out.
no, it's
yeah.
all good. It's just you do this on like every stream. It just makes me laugh every time. Like you'll like zone out or walk away, and then you'll like bring up like the exact talking
Hey,
points we just had.
look, man! It's the ADHD. Okay, so you went through my notes on it, right? All of that.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let me just get notes there.
Well,
Oh,
the note is
pinned
very
it.
brief on this. I know it's very brief because it was just kind of meant to prompt to give us a unified thing.
Oh
of
yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
I didn't even take
so we
notes
made-
this time. I didn't have time, but I was busy setting up the stream.
So
I guess ask then, Art, because you'd probably be a little more aware, as somebody who's like very good on movie trivia. What was Gilliam's kind of like reputation at this time? What was his like bank of work? To give more context to this.
Gilliam made his directorial debut with Holy Grail,
So, yeah,
which
he's
he
been-
co-directed with Terry Jones.
He's been active for a decade at this point.
On
Rangi.
Life of Brian, he stepped back. After Holy Grail, he stepped back. He didn't want to co-direct with Terry Jones again, so he was the art director on London. He made his feature film debut with a movie called Jabberwocky, which was kind of a cult hit in the UK. I don't think it even.
I think
might not
I've
even-
I've actually heard of it, so it's got some legs.
Yeah, I've heard of it too.
Yeah, I mean, it's
know
kind of a
nothing
cult
about
movie.
It, but...
Like, it was made on a £500,000 budget,
Oh wow.
and it's got Michael Palin in it. And then he
Well,
made.
sounds
and
like
then he
a
made-
very heavy film.
It's kind of the Jabberwocky is a nonsense poem from Through the Looking Glass.
I just wanted to make I just wanted to make the pun.
And it's about a guy who has to go fight a Jabberwocky, and then he made Time Bandits with Handmaid, and Time Bandits was a pretty big hit.
My dad really likes it.
I've heard,
and that-
Time Bandit. So
Rangi, by
I've
the way,
also
Rangi, you've been roboting a little bit, by the way.
beep
Oh,
boop.
he hasn't on my end.
Well, I'm the
Yeah,
stream man,
yeah,
so...
but I okay. That means wait if Art is able to hear me all the way from the UK, it is probably your fault.
And
Time Bandits was made on a budget of $5 million and made $42 million. So like, major studios started to pay attention.
speaking of budgets,
The other thing,
Mhm.
Terry Gilliam also made when Monty Python made their final movie, The Meaning of Life, Terry Gilliam made like a little short movie that was shown before it, where he established two recurring motifs of his career: going ridiculously over budget and over schedule.
As one does.
I think Crimson Permanent Assurance, which is the name of the short movie, it was supposed to film for a week, and I think he ended up filming it for about 6 months.
As one does.
And used up quite a bit of the budget of Meaning of Life in the process. It was supposed to be 6 minutes, and it was supposed to be in the movie, and it ended up being about 28 minutes, I think, or 20 minutes.
I think I remember watching
and
that.
it was
Well, this is a common thing with creatives, because I have talked to a lot of creatives or a lot of creative people,
No, you haven't.
and oftentimes, okay,
Right, you just-
Iron
just
outing
brusque.
himself as not creative.
Yeah, I'm actually a robot. I'm a very advanced AI. Rangi's very pro AI. That's why he's friends with me.
Hey, I'm not very pro AI. I'm like tentatively.
Says the one
okay
with an
AI.
AI
Yeah.
image.
Rangi isn't pro AI. He much prefers Emperor Ping.
Yes, we're Emperor Ping fans
Yes,
here.
exactly.
But yeah,
But no, in general, a lot of creatives have this problem where they can't really rein in their creativity, and this is kind of where actually editors come in handy, because what tends to happen,
the problem is
no,
they get too
actually,
they
I
get too
remember a
big, and
friend.
then they're too scared to reel them in. It happens every time. It happened to James Cameron. It happened to Ridley Scott. It happened to George R. R. Martin. It happened to George Lucas. You get to a point where like editors and producers and
Oh,
the
no,
people
no,
who are
no.
supposed to rein you
Well,
in
no,
are
no.
afraid to.
I'm not. That's not even the point I made, because I'm talking about just creatives in general. Creatives tend to get because even small creatives tend to get like way too over involved and overcommitted.
Yeah,
Uh,
but the difference is
this
when
is
you're low enough level, you can get reeled in. Like your editor or producer can be like, "All right, you need to shorten this
yeah,
here, cut that here, get rid of this here, redo
oh
this."
yeah,
But like when you get big enough, they either stop giving those suggestions or they give them much less forcefully, and they kind of just get ignored. Like
yeah.
bloat is a very big issue of um, made creatives. Like people who are extremely successful their later stuff tends to be a lot more bloated than their earlier stuff, and it's rarely for the better.
Well, yeah, because the point I'm just trying to make is, because I've known a lot of creatives, and I've known them before they were like, I won't even say just published. And a lot of creatives just have a hard time reining themselves in. It is just a universal thing with a lot of creative artistic type people.
Autistic.
And then oftentimes they autistic,
what's
not autistic.
what's the difference?
But it's probably true for both. To
Yeah,
be honest,
there's a
there's
lot of
probably a lot
overlap
of
between those two. Yeah, except for the engineering bros, they're like the other flavor of autism where they're not very creative and they're just like
No,
completely locked in
no.
on math.
Do you not wait? Do you not know about the engineering to 30 pipeline?
Yes, I know about it from
What a
you
line
and
to come
choose to
back
ignore
on.
it. Yeah, Rangi loves bringing up degenerate internet trends. It's his bread and butter because he was
I mean, I've been on the internet for over 20 years. I mean,
yeah,
I know.
and you
I
wonder
mean,
why you turned out the way you did.
Ranky's been playing internet for over 30 years.
it's been it's been 85 years. But
I've been internet for over 30. No, I get that reference.
I don't.
Oh, I'll tell you later.
Okay. Anyway,
Where did I leave off?
you were wrapping up the development of Brazil.
Right, Universal came to him and offered him the make Brazil, which the budget was of $15 million.
Will
And
they
that's pretty
recoup
much
that?
right. Oh well.
Question mark.
I guess also at the development stage, actually, I should probably talk about the script. The first draft of the screenplay was him and Charles Alverson, who had written Jabberwocky together
Mhm.
in 1977. But Gilliam didn't really
Yeah,
think it was going in the right way.
yeah, so but what I read was basically Liam felt like they were going in two different directions, and I believe the only scene that survived from that from uh Alverson's version of the or kind of Alverson's commitments was the restaurant scene. That's what it said on Wikipedia, at least.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
The man did get paid at least for his
Oh yeah.
contributions, though.
Well, the restaurant scene's pretty
That's
funny,
something.
so glad he got paid for that.
And then he brought in Tom Stoppard for script revisions. Tom Stoppard is a playwright and screenwriter, but he's known for kind of writing sort of absurd sort of comedy works, I think.
Yeah, and
So
he's so what I saw from my like hour of research was he's credited for why the specific mix-up that happens in the story happens.
Yeah, he came up with the idea for the confusion between Tuttle and Bottle.
That's funny.
Yeah, totally.
I was
Gideon
wondering where that
felt
was
that he
going with it
wasn't.
in the intro, and then it ended up being a much bigger deal than I initially expected. Just kind of gets
Hey,
kind of the point, like a
stuff
little
like-
mistake in a bureaucracy like
Yeah,
that can lead to lives being at stake.
I think Stoppard also came up with the idea of the literal bug in the system.
That's a fun analogy.
Charles McEwen was brought in to kind of rework it because Gideon felt that Stoppard wasn't quite getting the characters right.
Okay.
I no, they're not 100% sure what exactly McEwen added outside of. I know that he wrote all of the propaganda posters.
Oh, those are always funny. I
That appear in the
sometimes would
movie.
pause the film and just admire them. A lot of them are pretty good.
And the film's working title was 1984 and a half.
I almost wish they went with that. That's pretty funny.
Well, as Gideon puts it, ruin it by putting out the 1984 film adaptation a year before Brazil came out.
Oh no! Oh well, Brazil.
Well,
Has
the quote
catchy...
is, "Unfortunately, that bastard Michael Radford did a version of 1984, and he called it 1984, so I was blown."
People would have thought it was a sequel to that.
The half in the title is a reference to the Federico Fellini movie 8.5, because that's one of Gilliam's favorite movies.
Okay.
For some reason, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Oh yeah, and then there you go. They were ready to start shooting.
Yeah, and then they got the budget of 15 million, and that's all for this section, I suppose. You said there's some legal drama involved in this movie.
Yeah.
So can I sum up what I think, because I know Art probably knows a lot more of the details, and I don't know if I can contribute a lot to this because from my hour of like kind of just looking it up, but the legal stuff, from what I understand, there may have been some legal stuff with Terry and the original writer that got resolved, from what I understand, or the original ever writer that got resolved, from what I understand, if that was a full legal thing. But the big one is between Terry Gilliam and Universal.
Yes.
Yeah,
to say the least.
Yeah, and my understanding of it, and because I'm only laying out what I know as, like, the common person who's very brief research, because I know Art is gonna know a lot more about this. My understanding of it is essentially Universal looked at the movie and the original cut of the movie, and they were like, "But this is way too sad, though. So we need to remove it."
Oh, they fucked with the ending.
Yeah. That's the biggest change they did, from what I understand.
Yeah.
When do you?
The thing with this,
I was going to ask Art. When do you think we should go over the different cuts? Like what section?
Well, I think with the
production,
the legal
maybe?
and the release of this. Well, legal and release and the cuts of this movie are so intertwined with each other.
Okay.
Even the marketing, because doesn't the marketing kind of ties into it as well?
It does a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so I think honestly that's why I felt like this needed to be brought up, because I cited some things, but this is like the biggest kind of like thing externally about the movie. Yeah. So basically, Universal, as a lot of American studios do, looked at the movie and were like, I believe the movie had a UK release, or the release was in the UK was handled by somebody else.
Yeah, in the UK it was 20th Century Fox out
And
in February of 1985.
did they put the actual like
They put
normal
out the
standard cut?
proper Gilliam cut, yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
But yeah, so Universal was what looked over at it and was like, "But this ending is too sad, so we're gonna make another that's happier."
I mean, to
It
put it into perspective, the movie came out internationally 10 months before it came out in the US.
wait, shit, it got Blade Runnered.
Yeah,
Yeah, like it got Blade Runner. Yeah, that's the easiest way to explain it.
let me
And
go
uh,
to.
and from what I understand, basically it was like they did this cut without consulting him at all.
Yeah, there were two editing teams of it at the same time. And the Universal one was completely without Gilliam's knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And the plan was
Yeah,
to test both movies
and
at
he
the same
didn't.
time.
I know the Wikipedia explains like Gilliam actually like took out like magazine ads in the U.S. in order to get the Universal's version of the film.
Yeah, he took out an ad in Variety, which cost $1,500, and it bordered like a funeral invitation, and it said, "Dear Sid Sheinberg, when are you going to release my film?" Signed Terry Gilliam.
So, what did I
There was also
miss?
an incident on.
Sorry, what like are you going over the cuts right now?
Not right now. Right now, we're going over Universal not wanting to put out the movie as a sad ending. The fact that Fox put it out internationally 10 months before it came out in the US.
Oh wow.
And Terry Gilliam taking out an ad in Variety saying, "Sheinberg, when are you going to release my film?" Ted Gilliam and Robert De Niro also appeared on Good Morning America. And the host asked Gilliam, "I hear you're having trouble with the studio. Is this correct?" Gilliam responded with, "No, I'm having trouble with Sid Sheinberg. Here's an 8x10 photo of him," and showed the entire nation his photo because Gilliam didn't give a fuck and wanted this movie out. So, okay, so the cuts. The original cut of the film is 142 minutes long.
Okay.
Sid Sheinberg created the new cut, which is known as the Love Conquers All cut.
Mm-hmm. Is that the one with
Basically,
the
it gets
happy
rid of a
ending?
lot of the material. It gets rid of a lot of material. Basically, it just cuts off the ending before the reveal that it's all in his head.
Okay.
Yep.
So
That's
that
that's a
pan out
terrible way.
shot,
That's a
and then it
terrible
just
way to
ends.
end the film.
Oh, isn't it just? Then once they agreed to put it out with the dark ending, they still made them make cuts. So the version you watched on Amazon is the US cut,
and
which is I think 130. I think it's 137 minutes versus the 142 minutes of the international cut.
so basically, it's the same ending. There's just a couple scenes that I didn't see that you guys did.
Yeah, I think there's well, if I remember correctly, the dream sequences in the American cut are all in one go.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
In the European cut, they're interspersed throughout the.
No, wait, no. The one I watched, there was a bunch of different dream sequences.
Okay. And then did you see a scene with Helpman in a Santa Claus outfit talking to him?
I don't think so.
Yeah, they cut that out of the American cut, which that reveals what actually happens to Jill.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so that wasn't in the one I
It's a
watched.
it's a really dark line too. So, because Sam goes to the um, main place and makes it so she's died to try and save her.
Mm-hmm.
And then in that room, he says, Jill died. And Sam is like, yeah, I did that. And then Helpman says, the strange thing is, though, she died twice.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah, so that wasn't in. I mean, I presumed that they got her, that we got him. They also got her. So that doesn't surprise me. It's just yeah, they don't confirm she dies in the cut I watched. But yeah, I think that's the most major difference I would probably say is the removal of that scene. Unless there's others that are just as
Another
important.
thing with the Love Conquers All cut, Terry Gilliam cut a lot of Kim Grease's performance as Jill,
Mm-hmm.
um, and Sid Sheinberg put a lot of it back in.
Well, that's kind of weird. So like in the Love Conquers All cut, it's the one with the least love in it. That's about really that's really
Terry
odd.
Gilliam cut her, but no, Terry Gilliam cut her out of the main cut. Sid Sheinberg put her back in, so there's more of her in the Love Conquers All cut.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Um, that's well, this is the part because legal and release and everything is sort of bleeds together. Um, to force Universal's hand,
Mm-hmm.
Gilliam conducted private screenings of Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
I know that he did it for film. Well, there's two versions of this story, but the version I've heard the most, he was doing doing a guest seminar at film class in LA,
Okay.
University of Southern California, and he
Mm-hmm.
said he was going to bring a cut of the movie as an audio-visual aid. 2 days before the event, students started advertising of the movie, and when he arrived, Universal said they would not allow him to show it. During his speech to the class, he was interrupted constantly by studio executive phone calls. They eventually allowed him to show a clip, so he showed the entire movie and repeated the screenings for 2 weeks. It was during one of these screenings that Los Angeles critics saw it.
Mm-hmm.
They awarded it Best Picture, Best Screenplay, and Best Director at the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. They also started, this is the key, they also started writing articles saying, is it possible to nominate a movie for the Oscars if it hasn't been released yet?
Well, that
Sid
is
Sheinberg was
interesting.
like, if I have a movie getting nominated for Oscars that I am refusing to release, this is going to be very embarrassing for me.
This movie won some
So it
Academy
kind of,
Awards, right?
it was nominated for
Okay.
Best Screenplay and Art Direction.
Gotcha.
But yeah, the guy's hand was kind of forced. And another thing that was kind of funny is the first screening at the university happened at the same time that Universal were premiering their movie Out of Africa, which they were priming as an awards contender.
Hmm.
And the Critics Association were like, "We're giving all these awards to a movie you're refusing to put out."
So this is just a clusterfuck.
It really is. Meanwhile, for 10 months, this movie had already been out everywhere else.
Wow, that's crazy. It's I feel like it's as bad as like a lot of Hollywood practices are now. I feel like stuff like that doesn't happen as much. Or
Yeah, you don't really
maybe
hear
I'm
about
wrong.
stuff like this anymore.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right, and I think a big part of that reason is that there are mavericks left as directors.
Mm-hmm.
Like Gilliam, a lot of directors, especially like who work in the studio system, if the studio's like, we're going to cut up your movie, they're just like, okay. Whereas Universal like, we're going to cut your movie, and Gilliam was like, no, you're not. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's kind of you basically. There's only a handful of directors left who like they're like my way or the highway. It's like Nolan, Tarantino. Trying to think of some others. There's not a lot left.
Scorsese.
Yeah, Scorsese, and they're all older guys too.
Yeah, well, Scorsese comes from New. It's just like, yeah, the studio just let us do what we want, so I'm going to do what I want.
Yeah, those guys kind of write their own checks at this point, so it's not even that big of an issue for them. Like they're like, all right, you want to play ball? I'll find a different studio. Do it with me.
And that's the other thing. This was Gilliam's first studio.
Oh wow. So is that kind of a wrap up of legal? I know
That's a kind of brief overview of legal.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you could do like a whole like extended video analysis on that. That sounds like a lot.
Well, there is a 350-page book all about it.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. That like just the spark notes alone sounded like a clusterfuck. Um, so I'm sure like all the behind the scenes stuff was like even more bad if that was the public iteration of the issue.
Yeah.
So I guess we dive into production now. I know you kind of touched upon it somewhat with.
Oh, there's one other thing that I think is quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
When the studio were re-editing the movie, the Love Conquers All version, copies of the Gillian cut were circling on video around.
Hello.
So you had like competing iterations of the movie.
Well, not only that, Gilliam specifically released those cuts, from what I understand, without permission in order to kind of undercut Universal.
Yeah, I think
Look
that's
at my notes.
Yeah,
here's a line here. At one point, several critics began asking if a movie that had been completed but not released could be eligible for a Best Picture Oscar. The potential embarrassment of this happening forced the studio to relinquish and say, "Okay, you can do what."
Gotcha. So
production.
yeah, because I know that like some of the stuff is intertwined, but is there stuff you haven't touched on yet in that category?
In production, I mean, the main thing, I guess we've covered a lot of it. I know that
yeah. So a lot of my notes about this were kind of partially kind of sort of for production. So
well, yeah,
I can skip to a lot of the stuff I kind of looked at for actual creation and the aesthetic and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what would get factored into this category, like the actual making of the film.
Also, sorry, Art, I did interrupt you.
How dare you?
Oh, I was just gonna. It's fine.
How dare you? You must leave immediately.
I mean, yeah, if I have to leave, if I had to leave every time I interrupted somebody, I wouldn't be on any streams, including my own.
Yeah, Rangi, you have to leave in shame.
Damn.
He's been banished to Brazil. Oh, someone.
Oh,
did he actually leave?
He did.
Well, you're very committed to the bit, Rangi. All right. You say you're going to dive into the production a little bit, Rangi?
All right. So, well, first of all, what the big note, a lot of the big notes I have is like a lot of the inspirations and stuff. There is there's an obvious one, which is 1984. Like,
yeah,
this is very. I think it was even like called like the Ministry. It was one of the early names.
1984 and a half was another one.
Yeah, that's one. That's the one I noted on the thing. But it had like the Ministry, and there was a few other like versions of the name that were very clearly like invocative of 1984.
He basically works in the Ministry of Truth.
He basically does, yeah. Well,
which one would you say he works in then? Ministry of, what are the other
yeah,
ones?
that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, Art just listed probably the most relevant one.
Where? In the chat?
No, verbally.
What? I didn't hear him. Is Art still here?
Well, I heard it. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Is Art not coming through anymore?
Okay, wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, Art coming through on my end, so it has to be on your end.
All right, Art, leave and come back because you're not coming up on stream right now.
All right, I can list out the title. The Ministry. It was the Ministry of Torture.
No one likes.
You're coming through now.
I'm glad that important message got through.
Now
No
wait,
one likes that.
is Rangi talking now? Art, is Rangi talking?
He is talking, yeah.
Because now he's not coming through. Why is this always happen?
I can't believe Iron would do this.
All right, now Art, talk. I need to make sure you're both coming through.
This is what you get for buying a fucking Mac.
Why this happens every time? It will only let one of you talk at a time. So Art, is he talking?
Yeah.
Art's not coming through right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I think you. Okay, how about you both leave and both rejoin?
Okay, wait, Iron. How about wait? How about you leave, Iron?
Well, Rangi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, tell Art to leave at the
Oh,
same
okay.
time.
Wait, so you can hear me.
Yeah, I can't hear Art. I can every time one of you leaves and rejoins, it mutes the other person. So why don't you both leave at the same time and both rejoin and see if that works?
Wait, no, because I can hear Art and I can hear you, so it has to be on your end.
I know it's on my end, but I'm just saying.
Then you disconnect and reconnect.
All right, but
you're the one with the problem.
Fine. Ugh.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay, I can hear both of you now.
Damn. Yeah, we were like, we can both hear you. You just can't hear both of us.
But I don't know why it does this every stream. It mutes one of you, and then it'll alternate who's muted.
It's because you're on your computer.
Yeah, it was really funny because you were like, Iron, Rangi, tell Art to do this. It's like, Iron, I can hear you.
Well, I couldn't.
You can't hear me.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're back. Technical.
I love we can always blame any technical issues on fairness on a Mac.
Yeah.
It basically is. That's the problem. I kind of regret buying this Mac, but I'm stuck with it now.
Yeah, it's cool.
No, you can save up for another for a good computer.
No, I'm gonna use this for a couple years.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. All right. Where the hell did we leave off? Production, right?
Yeah. Rangi was talking about the inspirations.
Yeah. So 19 is a big one, and then there's film I'm not familiar with called it was 8.5.
Yeah, Art mentioned that.
Yeah, 8.5 is mostly just inspiring the title 984.5,
which wasn't even used.
Yeah. And then I guess you can also kind of talk about the music here, because so tied to the title.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the music gave.
Brazil.
Yeah, the song gives it the title because it doesn't take place or has anything to do with the country.
Not just the song. Michael Kamen's score almost entirely is built on the main melody of every single piece of score in the movie is in some way built around that theme.
Yeah. There's a.
Is he talking still?
Now he dropped out for me.
Oh, okay.
There's a specific quote from Gilliam about the movie and its setting. So he said it takes place everywhere in the 20th century, whatever that means, on the Los Angeles and Belfast border, whatever that.
So I guess we jump over to setting there.
Oh no! But it that inspires a lot of the production as far as like the visuals and the setup. It's kind of meant to be kind of ambivalent when the movie takes place because I don't
ambiguous.
Ambiguous, yes.
You said
yes.
You said ambivalent.
I know. I said ambivalent.
And it was my right to mock you for saying that.
But yeah, it's meant to be entirely ambiguous.
Yeah, I mean that's
There's also
pretty obvious the setup of they say it in the beginning of the film.
There's also a myth about how he came upon Brazil as the title that we're not sure if it's true or not. The story goes that Terry Gilliam was on a beach one day. The weather wasn't particularly great, but a man was sitting on the beach alone listening to Brazil on the radio. And Gilliam was fascinated by this man sitting here despite all of the adversity, and this became the theme and the name for the movie.
Okay. Interesting stuff.
Outside of that, there's a lot of like camera stuff I remember noting as particularly significant about the production of the movie. Like Brazil in a lot of the Gilliam's work afterwards. There's a specific like camera lens that's like termed as a Gilliam lens because of kind of style he set up. And
I
there's
don't know, actually.
That's what it said on the Wikipedia. I think it was specific camera lens. Oh, okay. Let me. Yeah. I had it open. Hold on. Let me read out the actual thing. And we are quoting Wikipedia here, chat. Like, I'm not taking credit for any like hyper in-depth research. But where's the specific segment? I assumed Art would know this, so I didn't want to.
How dare you, Art, not know something?
So I made like a.
It's the 14mm Zeiss lens.
Yes.
Oh,
yes, it's that's termed as a Gilliam lens, and Gilliam is apparently he's got a big reputation for using wider lenses in general.
Yeah, he uses wide-angle lenses a lot.
Yeah, it's very kind of zoomed out compared to a lot of films.
Yeah. Well, something I noticed about the production though in general is they do a lot with light, where it's like you have enough light to know what's going on, but it doesn't portray anything a lot as particularly cheering like that.
I think
it was very inspired by film noir and German expressionism in its use of light.
Yeah, I could see the influence there for sure. But one thing I was going to note, I think one of the biggest lost arts in modern movies is lighting. Like most modern movies have atrocious lighting. Like everything's too bright or too dark. Or you never like that happy medium that a lot of these films find are just completely absent from films nowadays. Either everything's like cranked up to 11 and it kind of looks like a commercial, or like it's like so dim that you can't see what the fuck is going on. Anyway, that's just my little rant on modern lighting.
Like a lot of movies, this film also features a reference to the a set sequence from Battleship Potemkin.
Doesn't it also I felt like there was a clear like kind of noir. Well, I felt like, and then like it specifically referred to on the Wikipedia as well. Like, there's a lot of like noir influences of this film.
Yeah,
and I did notice that. Like, there's a lot of like the dark, kind of shadowy corners and like angles and stuff like that, and kind of uncomfortable claustrophobic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was very inspired by film noir for the lighting and German expressionism, like films like Metropolis or M.
Art, I've never heard you say that before. I'm glad you shared.
I guess. Wait, are you have you watched any of those movies? Can you gotta give a little bit more detail? Because that's stuff I saw in the.
I was gonna say the poster.
Wikipedia.
The poster for Brazil is reminiscent of the poster for Metropolis.
Yeah.
Yeah, Metropolis's biggest influence on Brazil is probably the set design.
Mm-hmm. I can see this.
German expressionism is very well known for its set design. It's all angular and
Yeah, because like I don't have it.
off. It doesn't quite look right.
Uh,
Like-
my impression of a lot of the set design was kind of, I guess, what I would kind of corporate brutalism.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind
that
of,
was the
yeah.
impression I got. Yeah, and which now that I hear a German impressionism, that does kind of fit.
And for film noir, I mean, if you look at something like The Third Man or The Big Sleep or Dark Passage or Out of the Past, I'm just going to name as many film noirs as I can. You can see the
Oh,
writing and how it's how it translates into Brazil's lighting.
yeah, and a clear possibility of this being inspired by film noir, because I remember seeing that this. It's said this in the Wikipedia too. So the third man's Harry Lime. There's a character called Harvey Lime.
Yeah. Obvious.
I think that's
Homage.
I think that's an obvious homage.
Here I'm doing.
Spoilers for The Third Man. Harry Lime is the third man.
I'm gonna forget that if I ever watch that.
I mean, I'll probably watch that years from now.
Anyway, here I'm gonna put the two posters side by side since they're
Get
very
ready
similar.
for if you do watch The Third Man, get ready to hear a lot of zither music. By the way, something interesting I just read because I didn't know this. The original cut's 142 minutes. The Love Conquers All cut is 94 minutes.
Ew.
So they cut 48 minutes ish
Ew.
from the movie.
That's awful.
Isn't it just? It's a lot of miles of production. So Robert De Niro did the movie for free.
Oh, that's cool. Because I know he wanted to be Jack. Right?
Jack. Oh yeah, Michael Palin. Yeah.
Robert De Niro wanted to play Jack Lynn.
Yeah, but Gilliam wanted Palin's the right choice.
Yeah.
Palin's amazing in this movie.
De Niro is good as Tuttle. Though.
Yeah, he just desperately wanted to be in this movie, and he drove everyone on set crazy.
Because he's hard to work with, right?
Well, because he's method, so he wanted to know everything about his character. He wanted to know what kind of tools, where he studied, he wanted to know everything. Robert De Niro provided all of the tools that he uses in the movie as well. He brought them himself.
All the clothes?
No, the tools.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, the torture tools? Oh wait, De Niro wasn't the torturer. He was the he was the renegade mechanic guy.
Yeah. I bought all those tools, the flashlight, the weird screwdriver that I'd never seen one in real life. I only ever see them in movies, the one where you just push it in and it. I assume they must exist in real life, but I've only ever seen them in movies.
Yeah, well, but yeah, De Niro applied for another role. He got rejected, but he really wanted to be in the movie. That's what I read.
Yeah, it apparently did it for free.
Damn. No, that's another thing we're missing from cinema. Actors with passion, they're just like, no, I just kind of want to be in this movie.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you still get that occasionally.
They also had to rewrite the script because the script was written for Jonathan Pryce when Jonathan Pryce was in his late 20s. By the time they made the movie, Jonathan Pryce was so Gilliam just rewrote the scene to make him older.
Mm-hmm.
And for Jill Layton, Terry Gilliam auditioned Rosanna Arquette, Ellen Barkin, Jamie Lee Curtis, Rebecca De Mornay, Chong, Kelly McGillis, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Kathleen Turner, and even considered Madonna. He picked Kim Grease because he thought she'd only ever been in one movie before this, so he thought it would give her the ability to create a truly original character. But he found working with her so hard on set. She said that the experience drove home the idea that experience really does count for something, which is why he quite a bit of her scenes out of the movie, because apparently he just did not like working with her at all.
Okay. So the guy who did not make the Love Conquers All cut a lot of her scenes from the movie because he didn't like working with her.
Terry Gilliam did, yeah. Terry Gilliam cut her out of the big chunks of her out of the movie.
So I was about to say it is kind of like for how important she is to the plot. It is kind of she is kind of in the film pretty minimally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I thought was intentional at first, but now I guess it's still intentional, but for a different way than you might expect.
Mm-hmm.
Also, remember how I said Terry Gilliam goes over schedule a lot?
Mm-hmm.
This
George
movie
R. R.
had
Martin moment.
this movie had a 20-week shooting schedule,
Would it take like 50 weeks?
which is 5 months, and it took 9 months to film.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so almost okay.
But it did come in under budget.
You know what? The budget was still higher than it made.
Well,
Right,
we'll get
this
into that
film.
in a second.
We'll get into how this film performed at the box office. But yeah,
Well, I was gonna say because what I briefly researched was that. So if that information is wrong,
what do you think?
okay then. But
anyway,
I'll just say that the information is okay.
but right,
another
well,
funny.
maybe they counted it on.
No,
I
it's
looked at
this.
boxoffice.com. So
Basically, the information is incomplete. We only have the US numbers. We don't have the international numbers.
yeah.
I was oh, okay, that makes more sense because I was wondering because the international numbers were like $5,000, and I was thinking like, wait, that didn't make sense.
They didn't start accurately capturing international numbers until like 30 years ago.
Oh, okay, so that makes a lot more sense to me.
But
Which is bizarre because every other country has their own box office trackers. You could just ask them.
yeah,
Well, no,
but
you
that would make
don't
too
have
much
to ask
sense,
them.
Art.
A lot of stuff is just gonna be public, right? So you just have to have like, okay, our UK consultant and research guy. What's the numbers on this? Or VPN, and just check if they're somehow not of, or visit the sites, the UK sites without VPNing. Actually, that's also a possibility. And just plus this.
There's one other thing from shooting that I want to bring up just because it's off. There's an actor in this movie called Derek O'Connor. He plays Bob Hoskins' co-worker in Central Services.
Oh yeah, what about him?
Mm-hmm.
He has this weird habit, specifically in Terry Gilliam movies. He's in it, and he decided to make all of his scripted dialogue. He said, "I'm going to just say it as gibberish, and then my co-worker can just say the line." In Brazil, he said, "I give all of my dialogue to Bob Hoskins, and I'm just going to repeat the end of every sentence he says, and that will be my dialogue."
What? Why?
I don't know. Terry Gilliam doesn't know. He's just Terry Gilliam's just like, for some reason on both these movies, he's just decided to get rid of all of his dialogue and give it to other people.
Terry Gilliam is just like, okay then.
It's so strange.
All right. I mean, to be fair, I guess it doesn't matter as much in like an absurdist comedy. It would be weird in like something that's trying to take itself more seriously.
Well, I mean, for example, Derek O'Connor plays one of the bad guys in Lethal Weapon 2. It'd be really weird in that movie. He's like, yeah, just give him my dialogue and the other like random henchmen.
Unless it's like a quirky kind of action movie, like the other guys. I feel like that would work in a film like that.
Yeah, you can get away with that in that.
Rangi, did you see the poster comparison? I've had it up for a while. I wasn't sure if you check stream in a bit.
No, I tend to when I watch YouTube. I don't watch YouTube. I listen to YouTube. So
Yeah, but
you are right. I didn't.
well,
Oh no, I can look at now. Oh yeah. Okay, I see it.
yeah, because Art was pointing it out, and I downloaded
Ooh.
the image and then uploaded it. Although I still get like paranoid that OBS is gonna capture like stuff outside of the window capture, because like you could see my name pop up on the notification. So I'm like, did I just dox myself? And I'm like 95% sure I didn't, but like I still get paranoid. um,
Oh no, no,
I
no. Well, this is why I give you the specific information of like, hey, don't do display capture because that's going to fucking capture your entire desktop. This is why I give you this advice,
yeah,
by the
no,
way.
I'm doing the screen capture, right? That's the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Sometimes I fuck up, and that's why I go out of my way to like not do that because I'm a believer in OPSEC. So
You're a
By the way,
believer.
Metropolis is a great movie,
I need
and
to
I
watch it.
recommend it highly to everyone.
Well, maybe you should pick it as one of your feature films, 'cause I do need to watch that at some point.
If you want to watch a 2 hour, 40 minute long
I
silent German movie,
I
boom.
I was gonna say I don't know. There's a lot of Italian in this, so
But yeah, that I think the whoever made the Brazil poster definitely copied Metropolis's homework, because like there's just so many
yeah.
similarities. The
Well,
shot
no, well,
composition, the
no,
way the
no, no.
character is created,
Literally, the
the
outline of the
lighting,
poster.
yeah, the lighting, the
Literally, the
buildings.
outline of the poster is the same. Up to like a point. Like this is they clearly were actively
It's
purposefully.
Yeah, it's an homage to the Metropolis poster. There's so many similarities. There's no way it's not.
Yeah, like the outlining is so similar. I don't actual I think that the creator of the Brazil
Even
poster actively traced
even the
it
way the
to an
light comes out from
extent.
behind the head is the same.
Yeah, the only the only difference is the stuff in the light, you know.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, there's just more going on in the Brazil poster in general.
Uh well, no, no, there's a bit of difference with the side stuff, but the side stuff feels like they squished that's in the Metropolis poster, and then they put the stuff in the Brazil poster, which, by the way, interesting enough, if I saw this without any context of the movie, I'd be confused. But
What do you mean?
having seen the movie, I look at the Brazil poster and I'm like, okay, I get it.
Oh, well, I thought the poster does a pretty good job of telling you this is going to be a absurdist film.
Well, it does, but there's another thing that it kind of tells you. Having watched the proper cut of the film,
Well, yeah, they basically fry his brain at the
which is
end.
the ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's what I was kind of hinting at. Well, it's not that they fried his brain. A lot of it is that he's done this before to people that where they didn't go insane in the same way. Is the implication? So the idea I think is he's basically escaped into a kind of psychotic state.
Well, Terry Gilliam's initial idea came to him was, how can I make it a happy ending that someone goes insane and shoots into their own mind?
Yeah, I think this is the razor's edge of achieving both those things. Um, Sometimes your your inner fantasy is better than facing the grim realities of the world. I mean, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't recommend people choose that, but sometimes like when you really hit rock bottom and there's no way out, might as well. um
Pretty much.
yeah, but all right, I think that's about all we have to say for production, right?
Uh, yeah, I think so.
I know we touched on the marketing a good amount as well, but you have anything more to say?
I don't really have that much more to say on marketing, no.
What about you, Rangi? I know you made some marketing notes.
Most of what I didn't look, I didn't have time to like properly look into the marketing. So a lot of what I did was I mentioned earlier. It's that Gillian releasing his own like dedicated cut for underground releases,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of a lot of that ties into what Art said. But it is particularly interesting he did that. Like a lot of art, because that's risking a lot of legal shit too. A lot of artists probably wouldn't do that. A lot of artists today wouldn't do that.
Yeah, people tended to be a bit more protective of their art back in the day. People had a bit more
Yeah, but
spine.
yeah. Well, I think a lot of it is just that. Hmm, it's the corporatization of.
Yeah, I would agree that art's been not that there's not a lot of like really
Well,
passionate individualist art out there still. It's just a lot of the mainstream stuff has been overly corporatized and sanitized.
the change the ending you could call a marketing choice. It was done, and you can, I guess, in this context, you could kind of talk a lot about that and the testing they did, because they offered to do like testing with Gillian's cut and the normal cut,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sorry, normies fucking ruin everything.
They like the other cut better.
I actually don't know, but I would believe it. Because,
I couldn't find anything wondering if actually they didn't get to that stage because of everything that happened that kind of forced their hand to put games cut out.
yeah, I'm wondering that. Or it could be they just never released the numbers because this was always
Yeah.
supposed to be private. Because obviously, it's like they would have reported no matter what to Gilliam that their idea of what it should be did it. Because funny enough, you can refer to the actual movies like themes and stuff for why that would happen.
Yeah. But speaking of themes, we got one last thing to go over before we get into those. I'm gonna step away real quick, but do you guys want to wrap up the external section with distribution and
Yeah,
sales?
Yeah, so the numbers I found were $15 million budget, which sounds like that's correct.
That
And
is
then
correct as far as I know, yeah.
and the numbers I found that seem to be in dispute is worldwide box office was $9,934 and or 9,934,484. I was it, but I might as well say the amount it said.
Yeah.
And I had to double check this with boxoffice.com, but according to what you say, Art, this isn't accurate at all. Which it didn't.
Well,
I had the red flag. Wait, I think it was like. Let me. I actually think I still have the tab. Do I still have the tab open? It was the tab, like there was something in it that made me like, wait, huh? Is that correct? Because the worldwide was particularly low,
yeah,
and that's weird.
we only have partial numbers, and this is coming from thenumbers.com. We only have partial numbers from Portugal, Australia, and New Zealand.
Oh, so basically, like, mm, Australia's the only like first world. Well, Australia and New Zealand are kind of first world, but I don't think they have big populations. Then
Not really, no.
Portugal is kind of like a second. Portugal's like a second world country, basically, isn't it? So
I have
like
no idea.
I might be wrong about that. But like either way, the worldwide box office, we have 3 other countries that says.
And tellingly, we don't have the numbers for the UK,
I
which
was
was
gonna say
Gilliam's
one of
home base at
one.
the time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not only that, we also don't have numbers for like most of the like it's like the numbers have. It's like, okay, what major countries do we have? Australia. It's like we don't have any of the major European countries. We don't have possibly any of. It's like Australia, New Zealand, and Portugal. I don't know if I would judge success based off that, especially because I don't know. Were those like screenings? The what was the money that that people had to pay for those screenings the same price as like the U.S. or the U.K.?
I don't know.
Because that's another thing you have to consider. It's like an Australian or New Zealand thing. That's like different currencies.
I should also point this out. The numbers that this site has for Australia, New Zealand, and Portugal aren't from the actual date. They're from more recent re-releases.
Right. So I guess I have to ask, what do you know for the distribution / sales stuff?
The sales, we just don't have the foreign. Particularly know the same number, 9.9. I've
Yeah.
heard that it did pretty well in France.
It did pretty well in Europe in general.
Well, and it had to have done good in the UK. Like I'm sorry,
I
like
assume it did.
Well, what I
Well,
read is it
well-
did well in Europe and bombed in North America.
yeah, and but that number that we have that bombed in America almost makes up for the budget of the movie already, and the numbers we have worldwide are like 5,000, and I'm like, hasn't been the case because this
I mean, the film
seems to
still
be a very
flopped.
highly regarded film.
Yeah, it's a cult classic, but financially it flopped.
Well, no. Art was talking about how it the big thing was really a case of. Well, okay, well, so when it comes to it, the big thing about the worldwide box office that we talked about was that essentially they didn't actually like go and collect the info, so we don't know. We don't know how well it did in markets.
Well,
at
I
all.
mean, we don't know,
including in
is-
the UK.
Okay, but it's considered by the studios that released it a flop. So even if it did better, even if it did pretty well in Europe, which I heard it did. We don't have the exact numbers, but it bombed too hard in North America, which makes up a large portion of the box office they were looking for.
Well,
Oh.
and another thing about this movie as well is that Universal put up the 15 million and they only released it in the US. They didn't see any of the foreign money because 20th Century Fox put it out over there.
Yeah, so they don't know how well it did actually.
So Fox put it out in Europe and Universal put it out in America.
This
right?
is another interesting tidbit I just saw on the Wikipedia. The video game We Happy Few, which I'm actually familiar with, was in Brazil.
Yeah, Lord said things have been inspired by Brazil.
You know what else
including,
was? Well, you know what else was influenced by Brazil?
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say.
The Descent.
Descent specifically, which is another one of my favorite endings in movies, and another ending that was changed for American release.
I said that, but the actual thing I was thinking of was The Last Jedi.
Yeah,
it inspired The Last Jedi,
which I assume is what you. Yes, it did. It influenced The Last, unfortunately.
Well, Ryan Johnson's an idiot, so I can see how he went from getting a good
Well,
film to
uh,
trying to not understand how it works and then trying to copy it and doing so poorly.
oh, well, you know what else it influenced? Because we're on this now. According to
Batman?
Wikipedia, I was gonna say that.
Oh, I thought I didn't know. I didn't actually know you were going to say that.
Well, I'm looking at the Wikipedia, and that is like a specific influence.
More importantly, it inspired one of the greatest movies that's ever been made in the history of motion pictures. Super 93, yes.
Which one?
Mhm.
I don't think I've seen that film. Which film you said?
Say more. Super Mario Brothers 93.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Oh, well then.
But I can see the influence based off what I know of Super Mario 1993. It's a very bizarre film. From the
Great
clips
film.
I've seen,
One of the best movies ever made.
I'll have to watch it at some point. Maybe you can pick it as one of your next picks.
Do not ask me how many times I've seen that movie.
But yeah, so this Brazil is widely regarded as a masterpiece, cult classic, and financial flop. To the degree of that flop, I guess, can be argued, but the studios were not happy with its performance, but its legacy has been outstanding. So at least has that going for it. I guess that's all I have to say about the external section. You guys ready to move on to the film itself?
Yep.
All right.
I am.
All right, Art. Well, we'll continue letting you dribble the ball down the court. Right, little sports ball reference for you. It's pretty cringy, but you know what? Say about
Never do that again.
So yeah, so we're gonna do themes now. So who wants to start with themes? Anyone want to start?
It is one part of the Imagination trilogy. The idea behind the three movies being that it's a view on how people use their imaginations at different stages of life.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Sam Lowry does escape into his daydreams quite often.
Yeah, he uses imagination in his dreams to cope with the suffocating mundanity of his life.
And then he uses imagination in a much different way at the end of the film.
Yeah, he kind of uses it similar to, well, not similarly like as in the execution of the idea, but like there is kind of a similar idea. Do you ever see Life is Beautiful?
Yes.
Well, how the kid, you should. It's very good. How the dad kind of like has the kid like treat it all as like some fun game, and like the kid kind of gets lost in his imagination, is able to kind of escape the cruelties of the Holocaust by like hiding within his imagination that his dad kind of laid out for him. So there's not a one-to-one parallel, but there's similarities between those two.
Yeah,
ideas.
You could probably draw a parallel between with Bridge to Terabithia too.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that either.
So your reference is lost on
I saw it years ago. I don't remember if it was good or not, but a lot of it is like very escapism, which I think is like a big theme of this, and that kind of ties into it. It's the idea of escapism.
Yeah.
And when it comes to this sort of thing, it's weird, right? Because it almost, at first it felt like it was an innocent thing. It was like dreams, you know? The guy's like dreaming and daydreaming about like these specific situations. And then later, I felt like there was a bit of a sinister aspect to it with the movie.
Well, ever since the samurai shows up, his dreams take on a bit more of a sinister aspect. And then there's
no,
Buttle's
his
wife,
attitude as well.
Buttle's wife,
His attitude as well.
kind of turns the dreams into a nightmare.
Yeah, but I mean his attitude. his attitude as well when he is approaching. Like a good example I can point out to is when he's kind of on the run with the chick, and he's very clearly like thinking and treating it like an adventure serial essentially, where it's like, we dropped the house, we dropped the house and we'll lose them. That's an easy one thing I can, and all of this kind of amounts kind of adds on to a lot of stuff that damns him in the end.
Well, he
Yeah,
treats her as his escape from reality, but because like she's the woman from his dreams, and he's using her to escape reality while awake, kind of, so to speak. And he goes on these adventures with her, and it takes him out of the mundanity that's like suffocating him slowly in his
Yeah.
real life. And then, like you said, the consequences of these adventures get them both killed in the end. Because it's kind of similar to 1984 in that way, that like that you go on the adventure that like makes you feel alive, and you escape the oppressiveness of the bureaucracy, and then since you did so, you die because there's no escaping the bureaucracy. Now 1984 is much darker, more serious than this, but this, I mean, kind of their fates are kind of the same in the end, in a way. um Not saying there are exact one-to-one parallels.
yes.
There's obviously a lot of differences between the two, but there are the arcs the two protagonists go on are
But
pretty similar.
yeah, they are. The biggest difference, Sam doesn't capitulate to the system before he
Mm-hmm.
gets destroyed by it.
Yeah. But yeah, you can clearly see the inspiration of 1984's plot, and then the visual of Metropolis. There might be some plot similarities as well. I'm only familiar with the visuals of that film. I haven't seen it yet. Um, but
There's not
yeah.
really that many
Mhm.
plot similarities.
Also, I guess plots in silent films are going to look a lot different than they would in non-silent films, because that's a silent film, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyone else want to add anything? The themes. There's a lot to say, but like I said, I'm kind of taking a
Uh,
Well,
back
there's the
seat.
themes
well,
of obviously over the top bureaucracy gone mad,
Mm-hmm.
the
yes.
sort of banality of evil, as it were.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
Banality Evil is
no.
a really good one, because like everyone just
Well,
like
there's
Jack Lint is probably the best example of the banality of evil. Like he's what he's doing is clearly fucked up, and his secretary is a good example of this too. Like she's like typing all the screams of the victims, and they're just kind of like just doing their job. They just treat it like anyone would treat their normal day job, and they just kind of like compartmentalize it in such a way that they disassociate with the cruelty of what they're doing. It's just
Yeah,
their day job to them.
there's a brilliant
well,
moment. There's a
I would also say there's a theme of there's definitely a theme you could tie to incompetence in general, and the incompetence of systems, and the incompetence of bureaucracy that's outside of just the general theme of bureaucracy.
Well, yeah, it's kind of the
Like,
consequences of inefficient bureaucracy, especially the one
yeah.
that is overbearing as this one. Like a bug in the system gets a guy killed, because that's just what happens when you make a paper error. And
Oh,
that,
I wasn't even talking about that. I was thinking of the retardation that we see with like a lot of threats, and I think a lot of it is just the mundanity of life and how it kind of erodes
well,
sort of
I mean,
critical thinking.
well, yeah, well, I mean, not mundanity. I agree, but I think a better point would be repetition. Like you basically go to autopilot when you don't do new things in your life, and when everyone kind of lives the same boring dull lives, and they have the same what's it called, empty kind of passions, like all the women just dress up and get surgeries. Like it's just like when you just kind of live the same day in and day out, like you kind of lose the critical thinking skills needed to have new experiences. And like I think it kind of goes to show how Lowry is so inept in the real world because like his critical thinking skills aren't up to snuff because he's only ever lived in his compartmentalized part of the world, and when he ventures out of it, he doesn't really understand how the world works. Like he's really good at his job, but outside of his job, he makes a lot of really stupid mistakes. Like running the barrier. That's probably like the one that comes to mind.
There's definitely a theme involved with the kind of the perspective of the elite and how limited it is. He's almost taken aback when he's out of his bubble for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Well, like you see him leaving his comfort zone the first time is when he talks to Mrs. Buttle, and he's like trying to approach it as he would his like day job, and then like the reality of the situation is like juxtaposed with his like bureaucratic demeanor, and it kind of erodes him and his confidence because he doesn't know how to handle this real situation. It's not as simple as returning a check through a filing report, right? He's now in the real world, and it's not as pretty as his day job makes it out to seem. It's not as simple, I should say.
Well, and this is another thing I can think ties into it. Massive difference between perspective is definitely kind of a thematic element of the story. Where, for example, like our main character, he is like he's both from like this hyper privileged background where we clearly see that he has never had to want for anything. But he also is like he's aware enough of that to know it, and thus he's like he is trying to kind of slum it with the other bureaucrats.
I think
within the system.
I think there is a sense of guilt. That's why he doesn't get promoted along the system. I think he does kind of feel like, or at least not necessarily guilt, but like he doesn't enjoy the handouts. He wants to kind of pave his own path in life. And he's not.
Well, he's kind of satisfied with where he. I would actually disagree with that. He's satisfied.
No, he's not satisfied.
He's not satisfied. It's not that he's not satisfied. His whole thing is that he just doesn't want to take part.
Yeah.
So he just wants to be ignored and looked over.
He specifically says he doesn't know what he wants, but like he's you can see the frustration comes out when he gets questioned on why he stays. It's not that he's happy here. He's unsure of what he wants his life to be, and then he's purposeless, and he's resisting the call to purpose until he finds the girl of his dreams and kind of invigorates that like sense of purpose in him.
Interpretation, and this kind of ties into what you just said, is he's satisfied where he is career-wise. He doesn't care. He doesn't want to be more than he is as far as career, and he would probably be happy to be like a corporate drone archive department for the rest of his life. But what he actually wants is he does want the dream girl. He does have ambitions in that regard. It's just his ambitions are not career focused.
I agree with like half of what you said. I agree with like the other aspects of what you were pointing out, but like you keep saying he'd be happy with that job. He wouldn't be. That's kind of the point.
Well, no. I'm happy is probably the wrong term. He'd be willing to accept it. You know, he would not like.
It's comfortable. That's what it is.
Yep.
I think comfortable is the better word than happy, because he's obviously not happy.
Comfortable. It's comfortable. It doesn't bring him any unwanted attention.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is that he has these dreams of, saving the girl many times.
Mm-hmm.
But the great tragedy of the movie
is he damns
finds
the girl?
himself. Well, no, he finds himself fighting for a cause that isn't even real.
Well, that too. Yeah.
He thinks this is part of a revolutionary force. He thinks Tuttle's part of a revolutionary force. Neither of them are.
Yeah.
He gets information about her being part of a revolutionary force from an information retrieval team that doesn't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks Tuttle is when Tuttle is just fixing heating conductors right? Without the paperwork.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in your cut, but the implication also is that all these terrorist bombs that are going off are being set off by the government.
That I don't. That wasn't in the cut. If there's like an explicit thing, that's what I assumed is just from watching the film play out. From the very beginning, right? Like the interview with the guy that was friends with Lowry's dad, the headsman or helpsman, helpsman, yeah. From that interview, I kind of gathered that the terrorist bombings were probably them. Is kind of what that the read between the lines of that interview. But I don't know if there's a particular scene you're talking about that kind of.
I don't think there is a scene that makes it explicit, but it's very heavily implied.
Yeah, I came to that conclusion from the beginning, and then when she didn't have a bomb, it was kind of confirmed. Because that's a very much a page out of 1984's playbook. Like the rebellion was constructed by the government to help maintain order by having a Fox rebellion, which is it's really trippy but really like well thought out and interesting. Like, yeah, if you control the opposition as well as the government, you'll never be deposed, because the very thing supposedly undermining you,
you'll never die.
It's really cool stuff. And then they'll catch any
By the way,
sympathizers by having them get lured to this fake rebellion. Sorry, what were you saying?
Exactly. Did you recognize the guy who played Helpman, by the way?
Yeah, he's from Maester Aemon in Game of Thrones.
Oh, I just wondering if you'd recognize him.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, he's also like a legend in the UK, but in America, he's just known for Game of Thrones.
Hey, there's a lot of legendary British actors in Game of Thrones. Like the entire cast is basically British.
Yes.
Which is based because, look, there's not many things Britain does better than America, but you guys do have better actors. I'll give you
We're
that.
better at restricting people's rights.
Well, yes, you're better at that too.
Come on. No, we're number one.
There you go. Yeah, I guess your government probably most resembles the government in this film. Like it's kind of became a parody of yourself.
Yeah. We did.
Fun times. Anyone else have anything?
Oh, there was actually something else I wanted to say about the banana. We were talking about the secretary.
Mm-hmm.
There's a really good moment there where she's so used to typing up these torture sessions. She listens to it for a bit and she goes, "He won't be long now." She can tell by how much the guy's screaming how close he is to being done.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. That is really cool. Oh, that's neat. I like that. I love little details like that.
I didn't really put it together until this time. Another thing I noticed for the first, the Ian Holm character.
Which one's he again?
Who's absolutely pissed. His boss at his first job.
Oh yeah, the weaselly, like, oh, I'm so helpless.
The pathetic guy.
Yeah.
He hits his hand. He's like, "I can't sign this check. Can you do it for me? My hand hurts."
Yeah.
And I'm just like, yeah, because he's a pathetic piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
This time I watched it, I was like, no, it's because he doesn't want
they take the blame.
It to be traced back to him.
Yeah, I caught that.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to take the blame.
Yeah, no, that's I caught that this time. It was because it's just the way the actor kind of gives like a little sinister smile when Lowry signs off on it, because his little ruse worked, because he's such a little shit. He doesn't want any accountability for anything, so he pawns off the responsibility to Lowry, and sure enough, Lowry gets in trouble over it because he took responsibility. Yep. And in a system like this, you never want to take responsibility. It's always someone else's fault. You always got to see a different department. It's kind of a recurring theme throughout the movie, is that anytime someone tries to get something productive done, there's just all the red tape, and since everyone's so afraid of taking responsibility for any issues, it's just everyone pawns it off to everyone else, and you can't get anything done about anything. which is
Well, it's
basically
like
the
it says he was
DMV in America.
It's like Robert De Niro says he just didn't want to get drowned in paperwork, which is
Mhm.
ironically what happens to him in the final dream sequence.
Yeah, I did catch that too. That was a neat little full
One of my
circle
favorite
moment.
moments.
Of a
By the
kind,
way,
anyway.
when they're watching the old movie in the office,
Mhm.
and the music keeps playing when Ian Holmes' character hears the music. That music is the same music that plays when Lancelot attacks the castle in Holy Grail.
Oh, that's awesome! I love little references like that. That might be my favorite scene in that movie. I mean, it's tough. There's every scene in that movie is good, basically.
I have to escape in my own idiom, sir. Right, idiom.
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 Idiom. The word idiom.
Yeah, I'm quoting the scene from Holy Grail.
Oh, sorry. That's my brain. It's short circuiting a bit. I got lost in thought. Did Rangi just die? He never goes this quiet.
He said he had to BRB.
Okay. I guess. Do you have anything else to say on themes, or should we jump into tone and atmosphere?
Yeah, I think that's most of the themes have been covered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some sub themes of the overarching themes, and there may be a big theme or two we just didn't mention, or we mentioned just didn't emphasize it as much. But I think we covered a lot of ground there. I'd be fine with moving on. All right.
Takes us to
Tone and atmosphere. Yeah, the reason I combine these two, because even though you could have a discussion about both, it's just they're so intertwined that might as well make them one category. So what would you say? Because I think this film, even more than The Lion King, has a very distinct tone and atmosphere to it.
It does. It's how to describe it?
Very absurdist. The tone is absurdist. And the atmosphere is surreal, is what I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of surrealist sequences. I mean, the whole final, what turns out to be a dream sequence, is very surrealist.
Yeah, like the way like your immersion gets shattered when the heads pop up in front of the little happy shack in the farmland. I had a feeling that was coming. I'm like, this doesn't feel like a movie that's gonna end with a happy ending, and then it did. I'm like, let's go. I'm so glad it did.
All right. I'm back. Where are we?
We just wrapped up themes, and now we're just starting tone and atmosphere. I said it has a very absurdist tone and a surrealist atmosphere.
Oh, I would call the atmosphere oppressive.
Well, I would say that's the subtext of the atmosphere. I think that's kind of the way the film goes about it, is like, even though to the audience it's a very oppressive society, but to the characters it's almost kind of like an undertone rather than an overtone, because they're just kind of so wrapped up in the bureaucracy of everything, they don't realize how suffocating the bureaucracy is until it's turned on them. That was my opinion on it.
I also think the movie, I keep saying sadism, but it gets darker and darker as the film goes on. The tone.
Yes, until the fake, the fake out. Like, it gets darker, darker. Happy, just kidding, dark. End.
I mean, even the happy stuff has this underlying darkness to it.
Yeah.
You've got De Niro getting swamped in the paperwork and disappearing. You've got the liquefied remains of the old lady.
His mom turning into his girlfriend.
Yeah.
That was strange.
Even kind of like the happy ending.
Well,
kind of something. They didn't change this world or this society. They just kind of like got away.
Well, that was kind of the always, if you were expecting a happy ending, that was kind of the always happy ending you thought was going to happen. It was like because the whole movie's about escaping the oppressions of the real world, and then you think he finally does it, like his dreams become reality, and then it's like his dream's a nightmare, and he's in a like comatose state, and he's like his psyche's been fractured, and he's stuck within his own mind, and like he'll forever be a mental patient in the cogs of the system, or they'll just kill him afterwards. I guess either or is kind of left up to you what his final fate is.
Oh yeah, they're probably going to kill him. They just need to do the paperwork and figure out what to charge him.
The paperwork could take
that's
years.
Favorite lines when the guy says to him, "Just confess, otherwise you'll ruin your credit score."
Oh, that line's hilarious. Well, because when they get tortured, it like affects their credit rating, and they get billed for the torture. Like, they get billed for getting tortured. That's so fucking funny. God, this movie's great.
Yes, it is.
But in one of my favorite lines in the film is when he combats the central air mechanics with telling them they need a specific form to come into his house. And they're like, "We'll be back with the proper paperwork."
27B/6.
Yeah.
Which is an allusion to George Orwell's address.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
27B Canterbury Square, up on the 6th floor. 27B/6.
There you go. That's really neat.
I was wondering if any of the numbers that they reference were like specific references, because I didn't have the time to look into that, but some of them seemed like specific that they were referencing.
Rule of
That
thumb.
is the only one I know of for sure that is referenced.
Usually numbers, like overly long numbers in a film, are a reference to something. Not always, but it's a good rule of thumb. A lot of Pixar films do
you
that.
say that. I think that iron is a 47-B-ZX.
Rangi's a weeb. It's my counter.
I mean, I am.
Yeah, it's my ultimate trap card.
Wow, shocked my most embarrassing secret.
Yeah, you'll forever live in shame and infamy on the internet. Everyone knows you're a weeb now. You must hang your head in shame.
Yeah. It's not like they knew that already based off the multiple anime reviews on my channel or profile picture.
No, they can never have drawn that conclusion. It's impossible. Anyway, this bit has gone on far too long. Anyone else have anything to say about the tone and atmosphere? I think there's plenty to be said. It's just like I'm a little cautious of time. It's already 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we said, and a lot of what I said already, is because the setting kind of ties into the tone once again, but the tone in general, it feels like it's a weird mix of mundane and oppressive that
Well, I think
it's hard for me to peg.
I think
really...
it's oppressive mundanity, right? Is kind of what they're going for.
Someone clip that. Someone clip Rangi saying it's hard for me to peg.
No. Believe it or not, things are easy for me to peg.
What, Art? Shouldn't you learn your lesson by now? Rangi will always just crank it up to 11 whenever you point out an innuendo. He can't help himself.
What it's called is it's me pitching the ball and Rangi hitting a home run. How's that for a fucking sports ball reference?
Exactly. I'm just picking up on his setup.
Man, then I hang myself by my
cleats. We're a double act. Me and Rangi are a double act, and you're the straight man.
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, I don't know how I end up the straight man on like every stream. I'm usually
well, it's easy. You haven't taken enough dick.
Oh my god. Art, you wanna?
You got to work on that. Iron. You got to get those numbers up.
Art, you gotta comment on your experience with that. Yeah, I didn't think so.
I am sure Art has seen more than his number of these.
Okay.
And also the thing is that I don't have to take dick to because I'm British, so I'm kind of like quarter gay, I think.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
that's how the
exactly, you
metrics
think?
turn out.
That's what I've been told.
God, I'm going to just like contemplate my existence, not only from this film, but just my friendship with you two after this.
Good.
Anyway,
I mean, honestly, at this point, you've had more than enough time to contemplate your existence with me. It's like been a year. You haven't like quit yet, so you're not gonna quit in the future.
That's gambler's fallacy. But anyway, yes, tone atmosphere. I think the juxtaposition between the kind of the optimistic and adventurous dreams and the I one thing I do like actually is kind of the how as his real life becomes more adventurous and optimistic because he found the girl of his dreams, the dreams themselves become more nightmarish. They kind of like invert. Like the dreams start out like pretty happy and fun, and then the dreams become more grim and dark and nightmarish. And his real life goes from being pretty bleak and miserable to exciting and fun, and just kind of they invert, which I thought was a really cool artistic choice. And then at the very end, his dreams become happy and adventurous again, and then his real life is grimmer and darker than ever. So it's kind of they keep flipping. Like his dreams are always the opposite of what his reality is, which is fun. I like that a lot as an artistic choice.
Yep, it's very nice. Very nice indeed.
All right, so I think that wraps up tone and atmosphere. Setting. The setting, believe it or not, is not Brazil. We kind of touched upon that earlier.
No.
What was the exact quote? Like they make a joke out of it at the beginning of the film.
Everywhere in the 20th century, and somewhere between the border of L.A. and Belfast.
Yeah, anywhere in the 20th century, and then L.A. and Belfast. Where's Belfast?
Ireland.
Yeah.
So okay. So it's somewhere. It's somewhere in the U.S. then, right?
No. The joke is the idea is it could literally be anywhere, and it could literally be any time.
Well, half the world is outside the bounds of Ireland.
No, well, that depends which direction you go.
That's the point, though. What he's saying is the movie takes place on the border of LA and Belfast. There is no border between LA and Belfast because they're nowhere near each other.
I thought it said in between.
Yeah, they're on the other side, basically on the other side of the fucking planet. That's the idea.
Oh, he says on the border. Okay, got it. Yeah, so it could take place anywhere in the world, anywhere in that entire century. All right.
Anywhere within the 19th century,
20th century.
20th century, 19th century, same thing, really.
Basically.
That happened in the 19th century that didn't happen in the 20th century. The Holocaust doesn't count.
Most of the 19th century didn't have film, so there you go.
No, but some of the 19th century did. That's all I need.
Yeah, and they had plays which are basically films. Shitty, lazy films.
Someone said that plays are going to make a big comeback because AI is going to disrupt the film industry. And I'm like, shit, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I hate AI and I hate theater. I'm so like, I guess back to books it is.
Well, no, it's...
What?
What makes these people think that the playwrights aren't going to use AI to write their plays?
I guess because they're going to be
shit,
replacing...
wait, no, Art, you're right.
Well, no, I guess it's because they're replacing actors with AI is like a big thing that they're working on. They're just going to use actors.
I'm going to get an AI to write a play right now.
They're going to use actors' likeness, like so they don't have to.
Well, wait, but what does that mean if we develop holograms?
Which we have.
Yeah. AI.
Elven Tour again.
We can do a projector of a FaceTime would be a hologram, Rangi.
Well, no, but we could develop like more realistic holograms.
I mean, like if you ever see like a water show where they like display the hologram onto the water, that looks pretty like sci-fi.
I'll say it again. Elvis is on tour again. So is Roy Orbison. So is Chuck Berry.
And this is wow, hologram technology is on the back burner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they do hologram tours of dead artists. Quite a lot.
You could also use animatronics as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's have all plays. The actors in all plays should be the animatronic presidents from Disney World.
Yes, that's my favorite ride at Disney World is the animatronic presidents. It's so goofy, but I love it.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is, I think just like there's an inevitable force that is coming that we are not going to be able to stop.
I think the more things change, the more things stay the same. That's my take. I think a lot of it is overhyping.
I think there's a possibility of overhyping. I agree.
Well, also,
I think Spinal Tap hit the nail on the head with their classic lyric: "The more things stay the same, the less it changes."
Yeah, there you go.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
Is that just the inverse of the popular saying, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Spinal Tap, man, they're goofy.
Did you see Spinal Tap 2?
No.
I haven't seen Spinal Tap 1 yet.
Oh my god.
Neither have I.
Oh my god. Why am I?
But,
see, you can talk if you want about how
are we still on setting? Because
yes,
I think there's a particular like aesthetic they're going for, whether they're in a like specific country or city or whatever.
The LA noir German expressionist city dystopia.
Well, yeah, it's essentially the dystopian. Yeah, it's essentially the dystopian kind of brutalist city of like.
It kind of feels like dystopia by committee. It's kind of what it feels like. Just kind of the haphazardness of the city feels like dystopia by committee. I kind of that's how I viewed it.
Well, so I think everybody's had that has seen that type of building, you know? The type of building where it's that like square kind of featureless building.
You mean Gothic architecture?
No. Well, maybe it is Gothic architecture.
No, I think he means
minimalist.
Well, it's not quite brutalist.
Yeah, the minimalist kind of corporate building. It's featureless and it's kind of just there for the function.
You say it's featureless, but a lot of the main buildings have a lot of features to them. Like the office he works in looks way like more unique than most office buildings in the country.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that, but he's also in the major like.
Yeah, I guess it's more comparison to like a government building, which tend to be much more
older.
Well, not only older, but more stylish than like their corporate counterparts. Like there's always like the marble statues and like the arches and just the pillars and the domes. A lot of that kind of architecture goes into government buildings.
Yeah, and you also have kind of the aspect of like as much as they have these individual unique features, at the same time they have all these other things that end up being the same because of the function of what they do and kind of the mundanity of government work and government bureaucracy and like kind of strewn life.
One thing I did appreciate was because you kind of see how the low income live with the Buttles. You see how the mid income levels live with Lowry's apartment, and you see how the high income people live with Lowry's mom and Lowry's boss, like ultimate boss. Like but what?
You also see kind of the low end of kind of corporate or governmental pettiness with the two guys, the inspector guys.
Well, yeah. Well, they were annoyed that he used bureaucracy against them because that's kind of their that's their job to use bureaucratic workarounds to avoid getting work done.
Yeah. Basically, that's the thing. That's what I mean. Yeah, it's like basically so kind of worked a normal job knows that there's plenty of like bureaucratic rules you kind of fucking ignore because they're super annoying and they usually just don't come up.
Yeah, I mean they're super they're like the employee code of handbooks are always like fucking 100 pages long, and you only need like 2 of those pages because like it's always to cover all their bases legally, but like most of those things are just going to hamper your day-to-day business. So like for the most part, people ignore
and
most
often
of the
are
rules and
ignored
regulations.
day-to-day.
Yes. But what I was saying, we kind of got sidetracked a bit, was regardless of whether you're low, mid, or high income level, the one constant was the shitty air conditioning units, like running throughout the building. They just look ugly and haphazardly placed throughout the building. Like I said, regardless of whether you went to the Buttles apartment, Lowry's apartment, or his mom's like mansion or penthouse, like the shitty pipes just run throughout the building. It's kind of like the one constant, regardless of income level, that you're gonna get shitty installation of air and heat. So I thought that was kind of a nice touch, because you can't pay to get better heating and air conditioning units installed, because it's a bureaucratic monopoly, which is what the post office was for a while before you got stuff like FedEx and Amazon, because the post office fucking sucks and FedEx and Amazon are pretty good.
Well, yeah, you still have the post office and Amazon,
but you don't need to use it. I haven't used the post office in like fucking ages.
Amazon often. Wait, hold on. Okay.
No, I'm talking about when you fucking like order a package, like you can do it, or send a package, you can do it through Amazon or FedEx. Like you used to had to go to the mail, like before these companies existed, you had to go to the physical post office and like go through like a DMV type line to send or retrieve packages.
Oh, okay. Oh, if that's what you mean, yeah. No. And the post office, to be fair, was
I haven't stepped foot in a post office, Rangi, since I was like 6.
But the funny thing is, you know how Amazon learned how to do logistics? They copied companies like FedEx or UPS and smaller logistics companies.
Well, yeah, because they were the pioneers of improving the
no, but no, but FedEx and UPS kept a lot of their secrets, and so they went to a lot of smaller companies, and they worked with them a lot, and then that's how they learned.
But
how to do logistics.
But yes, any more comments on this setting? It's a pretty wonderfully awful setting that this movie takes place in.
Oh yeah, it's kind of standard dystopia, and also kind of like
I said, it feels like dystopia
normal
by committee.
Life.
Like it just feels like what a bureaucratic committee with unlimited power and no checks on them would kind of create a city to look like. It's just nonsense in the most bureaucratic way. Like all the fucking regulations and things that happen to inhibit like actual like progress and innovation.
No, as somebody who's worked in like a corporate environment, an area where corporate environments are kind of a major thing. No, this kind of like hit the nail on the head for me, and this is why I kind of like vibed with this so much. Or you live in London, right? So obviously you live in London because it's the only place in Britain.
I do not live in London.
That was the joke.
But no.
That London's the only relevant part of the UK is what Rangi was joking.
No, that was a joke. But
well, I don't even part of the UK anymore.
I assume Art, you've probably at least seen like the corporate bureaucratic thing. I don't know if you've ever worked in it. I don't know anything about that, but I think but you're an older chap. Iron, I know you've worked in that. Uh, Everyone's had that sort of been. I think most people who are like within the age group of like 18 to like 35 has probably worked in some kind of like bureaucratic state where this sort of or bureaucratic state
You're
or
setting it pretty
bureaucratic
low with 35, dude.
corporation.
I feel like you could easily bump that up
I can't.
a
I,
lot.
yeah, I can't answer that because Rangi said 18 to 35, and well, I'm not
Well,
18 to
no.
35, so
You were 18 to 18 to 35 at some point.
Yeah, but I don't see I don't
I'll
see
bet you're
I don't see why you're
17.
limiting it to that. Like bureaucracy doesn't go away because you get older. If anything, it becomes worse
No,
because
it does.
you get more entrenched in it as you get older.
It doesn't, but I think that's the era where you're going to have encountered it at some point.
You're going to encounter
very
it
few
as
people
long
that
as
are going.
if you don't retire, you're going to continue to encounter it. Like if you work in your 40s or 50s or 60s, you're still going to encounter bureaucracy. You just might be
Wait,
higher up in it. What?
Iron.
What?
We live in the era like influencers who have never had a fucking job in their life, or like people who have worked Uber
Okay, then
all of their working life, and where they've never directly interfaced with the bureaucracy.
But then that countermines your age range, because then if anything you should say 35 plus rather than 18 to 35, because these new workarounds
then I'm wrong. We're arguing semantics.
Welcome to the podcast, right? What do you? It's all we do.
Okay. Let's just say anyone who has significantly engaged with job market on a corporate level. How about that?
There, sure. Yes, that's your terms are acceptable.
Okay. Yeah. Either way, like anyone who has done that, they've had to encounter things where it's like, oh, there's this problem. Okay, yeah, fix that because of this corporate issue or that corporate issue, or we need approval from this department or that department.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's only gotten worse over time. I blame Enron. Enron ruined so much of how corporate America used to function because they took advantage of this, like every system.
I go far. Iron is to blame. He caused this. Dude, he hasn't caused it yet. He's gonna travel back in time.
I did a whole fucking segment of a college course on studying the Enron cases. Dude, there's so many of them, and they're all fucking ridiculous. Do you know they try to commoditize the weather?
What?
Yeah, they tried to make Enron tried to make the weather a commodity that you could fucking barter and trade with.
Actually, this sounds, because I think I saw a Enron documentary. Might be a good off-topic.
I've seen like 3 of them.
Stream in the future.
We could.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm flagging this as this might be a good stream in the future where we all watch it and do our own research and kind of go okay, wait, what the fuck is with thing?
Yeah, we could do.
So
we could potentially do a review of one of the Enron documentaries.
Or just we watched different Enron documentaries and see how we line up afterwards. That might be fun.
We didn't even get to the Asian guy at the hookers, but that's a story for another day.
You can barter and trade the weather. So the next time Rangi or asks to borrow money, I'll just be like, yeah, I'll give you some rain.
Yeah, how much?
Can I please have some snow? We don't get any, so give you some sunshine.
They also they also reported future earnings as profit because that makes total sense. Projected future earnings. They were using that in their current day accounting. They were factoring in their projected earnings as if that was a like fact. That's ridiculous accounting. The fact they got away with
I'm
that.
pretty sure I watched an Enron documentary. Yeah, I did watch an Enron documentary.
They're pretty good. They're like I said, the like the only fucking like executive got away with it.
No,
is the
wait,
Asian guy, the hookers who bought up a bunch of land in Colorado.
No.
What?
I think this is actually just gonna be a future stream.
So
So
I shouldn't go into the Asian guy with the hooker story.
Yeah,
No.
you shouldn't. No, we'll save that for that stream.
All right, because that's my favorite part of all the Enron scandals. That dude. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So
Well, because if we watch different documentaries and then come back and that isn't in all of them, then it's gonna be interesting.
I would imagine it would be in most of them. He was pretty high up. He was like he was a VP of
when
something.
we watch the Enron documentary, when the Enron documentaries we just have to make sure we watch different ones. I think that would be good stream fodder. We watch different Enron documentaries, and then we just come back and like have a discussion on Enron.
I think I've seen all the major ones already. Anyway,
I haven't seen any of them though.
They're good. I recommend watching them. They're very insightful of how fucked
It's been on my watch list forever. I just don't
yeah.
get time to watch documentaries.
They basically ruined the fun of working in corporate America. We'll put it that way, because corporate America used to actually be a fun place to work, believe it or not. And then Enron's like, how about we ruin it for everyone? Because it only takes one. World building. So Art.
Oh wait, but the setting.
We finished the setting, or do you want to say more about the setting?
Did you mention? Because you mentioned I stepped away. The office buildings. You mentioned Sam's mother's apartment. You mentioned Sam's apartment, but did you mention that we also get to see the apartments of the lower classes?
Yeah, we mentioned.
He did.
I mentioned the Buttles.
Okay.
Yeah, and I said I said the one unifier between the low, middle, and high upper classes, they all had the fucked up air conditioning heating units. Like they looked like in place in the lower apartments, but like when they were in his mom's house, I'm like, oh, they're here too. That's kind of funny.
And this is how Tuttle funds the entire rebellion, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, world building, Art.
The world building's pretty amazing in this movie. Just everything from the down to the propaganda posters, the forms, endless amounts of paperwork that you can see in all the office buildings everywhere all the time.
Yeah, just the level of the bureaucracy and the references of forms, and oftentimes just the behaviors characters can get away with adds to the world building. This is kind of a world of bureaucracy, and not only bureaucracy, bureaucratic politics that like
it's a world run by bureaucracy.
It's kind of it is. No, the bureaucratic politics is different. Like, example, we have the records guy who talks about, like, oh, this is happening, okay, so this is happening because this person hates me, and they're involved with this person who is in charge of this thing. That happens in bureaucratic, organization.
I think it's left ambiguous because that's his read on the situation, but, like,
No. It is ambiguous, but this is because how a lot of people
but
these systems.
That's how they think. But like, if you actually like dig into it, that's not what happened at all. He just thinks that's what happened. It's the reality of the situation is a fucking bug fucked up everything, and everyone's fucking clueless of how it happened, and everyone's pointing fingers at each other.
Oh no, that's the point.
Yeah,
but if that happens, then this is what happens.
Well, yeah, everyone's paranoid that everyone else is out to get them. It's very real.
That's why the thing works. It's because it works in a situation where it's not a standard situation. We don't just get the standard situation we get the non-standard situation.
Yeah, and how everyone reacts when the bureaucratic safeguards fail, and people actually have to like think outside the box, which people, yeah, work. Yes, exactly.
Actually, yeah. No, that's actually a really interesting aspect of the world building. They go out of their way. We often see just people on every level of this that are supposed to be doing jobs fucking around.
Well, yeah, because that's no one wants to actually do their job, and when you can hide behind paperwork and uh, bureaucratic structure, it's actually really hard to get fired. Like it's why it's why the like unions, like it's almost impossible to fire a union worker because they have so much bureaucratic protection.
Oh, I remember actually. Wait. I remember actually the two maintenance guys describe Tuttle as a scab.
Yeah, it was basically because he's broke apart from the union because he knows he can do a better job lifted from the constraints of the union.
All right, now, are you can say what you were gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was going to say that the not wants to work thing. The Ian Holm character, he gets him to sign a check because he doesn't want it to be able to come back to him. But any time in that movie where that character actually has to do something and think, he calls for Sam.
Yeah,
he's absolutely terrified of actually having to do any work.
Well, I feel like he's terrified. I felt like he wasn't even necessarily just terrified of doing any work, being accountable for anything, or making any decisions.
Yeah, he's a
I don't think.
No, it's more than that, Iron. He is, but think about it. One of the charges that Sam got charged for was forging his signature, even though he told him and did it in front of him. Because
me and Ian were talking about this earlier. Like he says that he hurt his hand and he can't sign it, but we were like, no, he just to come back on him. If Sam signs it, then all of the shit that's going to come from it, if there is any, it's all going to go to Sam and not him.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the idea. Exactly.
But yeah, I think the world building. I think what this movie does a really good job of doing is taking relatable aspects of real life, like the very frustrating things that like everyone goes through for the most part, and like upping it up to 11 and like kind of like basically like what if like all the things you hate most about like your day-to-day life were just like all there is to life, like it's just blown out of proportion, the absurdity of all the, because like me and Rangi were talking about, people ignore a lot of this bureaucratic red tape because it's impossible to do your job properly if you listen to every single rule and regulation and code in the guidebook. They put so much stuff in there just so they can legally cover their bases. They don't actually expect you to like memorize the guidebook and like follow every single rule to the letter, because you'd get almost nothing done because there's just so much precaution and like double checking and like making sure everyone's signed off on everything, that like it removes personal responsibility and accountability and puts it on the system. But by doing so, you remove agency, and by removing agency, you remove productivity, and by removing productivity, you remove innovation, and removing innovation, you get a stagnant society like this.
It's not even necessarily even about that. It's about the only thing we need is the bottom line. It is the perception of adherence to the rules. There's no attention paid to the rules as long as nobody cares. Once somebody is potentially at the risk of caring, once an inspection is at risk, or even just, the numbers are down. So, because the numbers are down, we need to increase the numbers. So we need to like pay the smallest details.
Well, this is kind of exemplified by like when everyone is like slacking off, when the boss isn't looking, and then when the boss looks, they all appear to be productive, even though they're getting nothing done. The appearance of productivity.
Oh
is all
yeah,
that
well,
matters.
it's literally a movie that literally everybody on staff is watching a movie or watching TV.
Yeah.
Instead of
Another
doing
thing
their
about
job.
Yeah, Art.
another thing about the lack of innovation is all of the technology in this movie sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's specifically because they're trying to be non-period about it. They're trying to like.
No, but what I mean by that is the computers are slow and
The toaster
they're
doesn't burn his toast.
cumbersome. The
Yeah.
toaster doesn't work, and it starts pouring the coffee on his
Mhm.
toast, and they don't work properly. They keep getting stuck.
Mhm.
The air conditioning, the heating systems break constantly.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, because it and just outside of all of that, because that's all like very diegetically built into the world. It's like the failures of bureaucracy, because bureaucracy is always going to be slower than technology, and so it's never going to. If you have a world where technology is only address bureaucracy, then you're going to have a world where it's tied to the time scale of bureaucracy. It's not tied to innovation. It's not tied to the market. It's not tied to anything other than bureaucracy of everything, which is what central services is.
Mhm.
Another thing to point out in terms of the bureaucracy is the lack of communication between the different departments.
Yes.
When the guys come in to fill in the hole,
Oh,
they just drop it because
right.
they switch back to
Okay.
metric without telling them.
No. I actually have some like real world stories of this. There have been times where there's been like major technological changes in my job. I'm trying to think of ways without kind of like giving any like doxing information, but major technological changes in my job and the applications that have been involved in my job, where it's like, oh, okay, we work off of this, and then it's like, okay, we're having to incorporate the current applications do not actually deal with this, but if you do this, so it would be a case of there's numbers for specific things where they tie the old we got a quiet company, and so numbers they use don't didn't work in our system, but there was a number assigned in our system that worked, but I'd have to like manually input those numbers for everything.
Jesus.
For that system, because they just didn't build into the system, and a lot of the programs we regularly used to deal with that change. And so they just created like, oh, okay, these numbers will create these numbers. And so it was like I would have to like, okay, well, I have to isolate all of these numbers. I have to go through the whole list and like replace them, and then I can plug them into this program. It gives me all the information about all the numbers, you know?
Mhm.
That's complicated, and I don't like any of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the easiest way for me to describe it without like giving any like specific information. But it's like it's kind of like the same level of bureaucracy that's kind of portrayed here, right?
Yeah,
I
there's
think
similarities.
the illustration would be better if you gave me your social security number and your credit card number.
Oh, okay. My social security number is 12345
Go fuck yourself.
6789.
Well, there's a big thing in this movie about the left hand not knowing what the right hand's doing.
Yeah, it's the because again,
Yeah.
unlike a corporation that's focused on efficiency and all the departments do work together effectively, or at least semi-effectively, right? There's still elements of bureaucracy in any corporation. The bigger the corporation gets, usually the less efficient they get. But
This is
internally, at
actually
least,
really
their supply chains are
illustrated
usually
from.
pretty down packed, which is why supply chain people are usually the ones that get most frustrated within corporations, because they're the ones who have to be on top of everything, because uh, all the other branches of corporations can kind of fuck around a little bit, but like supply chain, if they get caught lacking, the whole thing falls apart. So like they're like the one branch, well, them and sales are like the two branches of corporations that actually have to like
No, you're
do their
wrong.
job, or like things fall apart. What?
I'm just gonna say you're wrong. I can't explain why.
So they're saying supply chain is not important.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because
Uh,
that's kind of how everything happens. There's from
no, supply chain is extremely important, but it's not immune to bureaucracy, unfortunately.
I didn't say it was immune. I said it was the one that had to be most on top of the ball, or things fall apart.
No, that's what you would think.
No,
but
no, it
the
is
problem
no.
is
When supply
there's-
chain makes an error, it causes way more damage to the bottom line than any other department.
that depends on where in the supply chain are actually.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I'm still talking supply chain as a whole. Like if HR fucks up, no one cares. If supply chain fucks up, it fucks the entire bottom line.
But like I said, what do you mean? Because supply chain can
Supply chain
mean
ranking is everything from the
delivery.
It's all of it, Rangi. It's from the very
Can mean
Rangi. It's every
Well,
single step of the way, from mining the materials to putting that thing on the shelf.
That is literally what I'm saying. So, if delivery fucks up, it's different than if the materials required to make the product.
Yeah, but why are you trying to? I'm not. I know there's variations within the same supply chain space. Some parts are more important than others, and some parts will cause larger delays more than others. But that was never my point. My point is supply chain as
I
a
wouldn't even
whole.
say some parts are more important than others. It's like supply chain is a very
Okay,
like vast
some parts of supply chain are easier to mend than others if there's an error. But my point is, overall, supply chain, more than any other department, with the exception of maybe sales, when they fuck up or get caught lacking, it really affects the bottom line of the company. Whereas like HR, not so much, right?
Well, that also. I'm sorry. Wait. If you've got the Blizzard situation where somebody's fucking drinking the breath of like other employees, and then that becomes like a publicly known thing.
Well, that's okay. Well,
this is what I'm gonna reference.
Well, that's completely, that has nothing to do with the position. If like
no, it absolutely does.
Okay, so if a VP of any
terminated,
if a VP of any single company shoots someone, it doesn't matter what VP they're a part of. They're going like what they're the VP of. That's going to affect the company.
Oh no, because HR does actually. They're responsible for the hiring.
Yeah, they're responsible for. They are partially responsible. They don't have final say on any hires unless they're like super low level.
That depends on how any given company considers HR. This why you're talking in extreme generalization.
No, it's okay for most important roles. HR is not going to be able to pick someone, because most of the time the people they're hiring are going to be more important than themselves, so they're not going to get final say. Like the CEO is going to take a look at it, the VP of whatever is going to take a look at it, right? Like,
yeah, the VP handles every fucking
if they're gonna
let's just
if you're
say
gonna be hiring
warehouse or
if you're gonna be
store
hiring this
exec.
if you're gonna be hiring like a senior executive of, let's say, I don't know, marketing, right? The VP of marketing is
Oh,
probably
okay.
gonna be involved in
If
that
you're
hiring.
talking that broad, that's not all of HR. Most of HR is gonna be hiring the assistant manager of this facility or that store.
Yeah, but I understand that, but I'm saying like all the prominent positions, it's going to be HR is just a part of it rather than the one making the final say. Also, we were going like really far off the movie.
I was about to highlight that we're going a bit far off.
Yeah, a bit.
Art, you should have said something. I blame you. All right, we're done with world building. Right?
I blame Iron.
Yeah,
This
all right.
is
Me
Iron.
trying to get a word into fucking good luck me.
You should.
No. I just start listening to Supply Chain. I'm like, wait, no, this is a retarded take.
It's not a retarded take. Right, I
Oh,
studied
listen,
supply
you're
chain
both
for 4
retarded,
years.
okay?
It's the reason, like, when you
I-
have
but-
such
but-
that we're done. We're done with
I-
this.
No. Wait, Art is right. Art is right. We need to talk about the movie.
Yes, I agreed.
And then he
So-
started going on the tangent.
Well, it's just that it infuriates
Jesus
me
Christ.
that, like, because supply chain's how everything works. If you take that out of
Iron-
the system, everything.
Bad monkey.
I know.
Bad
I'm
monkey.
done. I'm done.
I'll yell at you about that off script.
That bad weeb.
Right. Art, did you think you were gonna get into like a 30-minute supply chain argument in tonight's stream?
I didn't get into anything.
Well, did you expect that to
No,
occur?
he had to watch it. Luckily, Art doesn't sleep, so.
Yeah.
One more note on the world building with the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. There's a
Mhm.
great piece of dialogue that sums this up when he's talking to Michael Palin. And he says to him, "You got the wrong man," and he says, "No, acquisition's got the wrong man.
Mhm.
I got the right man, and I accepted him on good faith as the right man."
Yeah, that's a really
Oh,
good line.
It just sums up how like completely screwy the whole system is.
Mm-hmm.
One of my other favorite lines for this actually is make mistakes, ma'am. Wait, shit. What? Wait, when did they switch to metric?
Yeah, we went over that. That's a good line.
Yeah, no. But it's like that's another like good line for like exactly why like it's the bureaucratic incompetence that anyone has dealt with, I think.
Do you want? All right, for characters, do you want to go most important, the least important, or least important, the most important?
I think most important to least important because
Yeah.
there's a lot of the least important characters that we would just get around like, oh, okay, they're here for this reason.
So start with Sam.
Yep.
Lowry.
Mm,
Has anybody seen Sam Lowry? Sorry.
that's a good line.
Yeah, Sam. I mean,
He's a dreamer. That's
yeah.
So he's a dreamer and extremely boring. He's kind of like almost your John Everyman in some ways, but he's also kind of retard.
And he also comes from a very privileged background, so like he's kind of your Fox John Everyman, because in reality he's like actually extremely well off, and he chooses to be John Everyman.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's not exactly your John
agree.
Everyman, because he at any point he could easily scale the system because he has friends in very high places.
Well, not even just friends. He has a relative in extremely high.
Well, his mom
Well-
is kind of rode the coattails of his dad's what it seems like.
Yeah, because I mean, he doesn't just have friends in high places. He's to be the main boss guy's boss.
These are the main
Yeah.
boss
So,
guys.
like,
What?
Helpman.
Mhm.
That's Lowry's dad was Helpman's boss.
Oh, okay.
got very high connections
Yeah.
if he wants to use them. He's shown to be competent at his actual job, though.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
But he's just
wow.
completely he's just
useless outside of
completely
that.
useless at everything outside of it, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Arn and I was talking about.
Well, what happens? Sorry, go on.
Basically, like, the way the relationship between Lowry and his boss goes, it's like Lowry's the actual one making all of the decisions.
Because we talked about how the system removes agency because it actually punishes agency.
Well, and we
Yeah,
see this
same on.
later too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
With,
reoccurring thing. Like, Jack doesn't want to take responsibility because why would he stick his own hide out when he can just blame it on a different department?
Well, literally everybody, including Larry, blames everything on our department.
But yeah, it's kind of just that's kind of like the one of the themes is lack of personal accountability because like in a bureaucratic system you become a cog in the machine, like and in a machine this obtuse, that's not the best word, what's like kind of gargantuan, I think is a better word, bureaucracy this gargantuan, everyone's just going to be kind of cogs in the machine and you can just kind of get lost in the folds, and like if you just keep your head down and just like don't stick your neck out for anyone, you're never gonna really have to face the accountability because you can always just redirect the accountability to somewhere else. And that's like why not, like when Jill is trying to get like accountability, like she keeps getting referred to different departments because no one's going to take that accountability. It's like, oh, go to this department. Well, I went to that department. Well, they sent me here. It's like, well, did you get the stamp from that department? And they're all playing bureaucratic games with them so they can delay having to do anything about any situation that arises. But
the other part of that as well is that if they keep bouncing people between department to department, the person's going to start causing more and more of a thing, and then they'll just be gotten rid of.
Yeah, well, that's another thing too.
You don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, you can just declare them a terrorist and kill them. It's kind of a part of the fucked up system, ain't it? Because they basically do that to everyone in the film that they don't like. They just deem them a terrorist and then sweep them on the rug.
Pretty much.
It's interesting, right? Because the bouncing from department to department thing is actually a corporate thing. The idea is just like, okay, well, we
a
just
shitty corporation. Like any corporation is trying to.
Most corporations will do this to some extent, or they ever.
Depends. In a more competitive.
I've had this experience with every time I've had to. With a corporation, you just get bounced around and around and around. They're just hoping you'll fuck off.
Well, yeah, but again, it depends on the industry. Some industries that like aren't as competitive, they'll do this to you a lot more. Whereas like some like industry, like for example, like barbershops, right? Like it's a very competitive space, so like customer service is a big deal. Like if you file a complaint, they're going to respond to that immediately because like there's so many barbershop chains and they don't want to lose your business. Whereas if there's a space with less competitors, they're gonna fuck off. We don't need you. Kind of. It depends on the industry.
The best example I can give actually is my experience in comics, because I've gone to like high regard comic shops. I've gone to less regard comic shops.
You ever go to Midtown Comics in New York?
No, but I've gone to things of like a similar say reputation. And
that's probably the most famous one is Midtown Comics. At least on the East Coast, anyway.
Well, yeah, but I'm not East Coast, so.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm sure you've heard of it, even on the West Coast.
I've heard him into comics. Yeah. As somebody just getting into comics, but it's interesting because as people who follow my channel would know, I have recently taken a trip. I recently take a trip out of state. I'm not going to give details about where I went or even when I went. Well, I think I posted kind of vague.
I'm gonna. What's this? Where's this tangent going again? Because I'm gonna try and nip it in the bud.
Okay,
It's a long one.
no. Okay, my tangent is going somewhere.
I know it's going somewhere. I'm just making sure it's not a long one. Like we're 3
well,
hours.
I mean, it
in.
would be shorter if you.
Yeah.
It'd be short if you start
There's
lost
a
if you look like
couple.
goddamn comic stuff in New York.
I've ordered from some major like distributors, and then I've ordered comics from minor distributors, just based off like personal experience. And minor distributors, they are gonna be like, oh shit, no, we're gonna like eat the cost of that because like we have a reputation to deal with. Like if I go to Amazon, it's very different than if I go to local comic shop number 123. Because local comic shop number 123, they want my business continued because that is literally what prop versus Amazon.
Yeah, that's kind of how.
That's kind of the thing I'm trying to highlight. And then I got distracted because I'm retarded.
Well, yeah, I mean that's just kind of how in any space, if you can't beat them on price or speed, then you have to beat them on service. That's kind of how it works. But yes, Lowry. Who wants to Art? You take the lead.
About what?
We're going
about
over
Lowry. Over Sam Lowry.
Anybody seen Sam Lowry? Well, what have we covered so far? He's a dreamer. It's kind of a retard. About the world at large.
It's very naive. Yeah.
It was naive. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. I'll stick with retard. Rangi put that word because he said it just now.
Well, he is a rangtard, so.
That's true.
But Sam is kind of a retard. There's a lot of things.
Well, because he's never left his comfort zone. Like that's what happens if you spend your whole life in your comfort zone. You'll get really good at what's within the confines of your comfort zone, but as soon as you leave it, you're not gonna know what the hell you're doing because you spent your whole life in a very small subset of skills and knowledge and experience, and then when you branch outside of that, you don't have the life experience and acquired skills to deal with all these much more high intensity variable situations. Whereas like he spent the majority of his life in a relatively cushy job where he kind of was like king of the castle because he was surrounded by people who had no agency, and his meager agency was enough to propel him to the most productive member of his little kingdom, so to speak.
Well, yeah. Well, it's interesting when he's in records because I feel like the main reason he is the top guy in records is he's the only one who actually cares.
Yeah, he's the only one who gives a shit about his job. Everyone else is busy watching TV, and his boss is trying his best to avoid doing anything that could be possibly perceived as that could be possibly perceived as a issue beholden to him. Like he's trying to avoid all responsibility as the system allows him to.
Well, like his boss is literally like, a return check has arrived. Shit, what do I do, Lowry?
Yeah, well, it's part of it is he's an idiot, and part of it is that he's playing up the fact that he's an idiot to get Lowry to do things for him. It's a mix of genuine idiocy and his weaselly nature.
Yeah, he is the and once again, I think a lot of people can have had this boss, or maybe have seen this boss or heard of this boss from coworkers, where it's a weaselly guy who avoids any responsibility to anything and will throw you under the bus at the moment's notice. That is exactly who this guy is. And he is your best friend while you're under him. While you're
the other thing about Lowry is that his interaction with Tuttle makes him think he's had a chance to be have an heroic adventure in real life. He knows that the government makes mistakes because he's involved in one with Tuttle Bottle. He absolutely believes wholeheartedly when they tell him that Jill's part of the a revolution, and so he just goes for it.
Yeah, it's kind of like he kind of gaslights himself in a way because he should know better, but he chooses not to. Or
well, that's how a lot of people are.
Yeah, they choose to keep the wool over their eyes.
Well, yeah, he chooses to chase the fantasy because he wants it so badly.
Yeah. So I guess that brings us to Dream Sam, because I think Dream Sam is kind of a different character than Real Sam. Let me pull him up.
Well, yeah, Dream Sam is heroic, active.
He's everything that Real Sam isn't. He has agency.
Confident. He knows what
he wants, and he's gonna.
That's another thing that we didn't mention, because Dream Sam's confident. Real Sam is not.
Yeah, he's very
very much the opposite.
Yeah, he lets people walk all over him. He struggles to speak his mind. Yeah, he's kind of a coward. But yeah,
well, I mean, you see his mother. Poor guy never had a chance.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of in Andor, that guy's mom. What's his name? I'm trying to blank. Cyril's mom. She kind of reminds me of her in a way. I think they're similar archetypes.
And she wants her son to get promoted and all that, and it really is just an extension of then I can tell everyone.
Yeah, it's
my son.
She makes his accomplishments about her. It's very like stereotypical, that type of maternal figure.
She's literally the like parental archetype of my son is badass.
My son works. Sorry.
Well, mixed with like my youth is part of my status. Like, she is kind of that performative type of like fake person, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's literally what they're going for. To the point that her entire
that's what I'm highlighting.
She's literally a fake person, both like metaphorically and physically. Also, Art, did you see the picture I put up for her? I had to do it.
For her? No, I assumed it was going to be that one. Yeah.
It's just like, it's such a good picture. It's just like
it's the picture that's usually used when people are talking about this movie.
Yeah, it's one of the first images that comes up when you search this movie. But yeah, she's you can tell that a lot of his insecurities come from the overbearingness of his mother. He's kind of a product of her overbearance and selfishness in a way. That's kind of, I think one of the main reasons he does it in advance is his own personal way of spiting her. Like, he's too cowardly to tell her off, but he'll deny her what she wants from him in the way he knows how, by remaining in mediocrity.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because he's definitely willing to accept the handouts from her, It's like the food or clothes or gifts.
I don't know. He doesn't. No, I disagree. He says I don't want any of this explicitly. He says he doesn't want to be at this fancy dinner. He doesn't want her gifts. He doesn't like. He doesn't want her her help. He's explicitly says I want nothing from you. So I'll disagree.
Yeah, there's a telling moment where the singing telegram comes to him to invite him to the mother's party, and his actual initial response is that he says that I can't make it, but he ends up going anyway.
Well, at that point in the movie, though,
he's at that point he states like this party's already started.
Well, also, at that point in the movie, he finally wants something from her.
Oh yeah, that's true. But he does say like his initial reaction is like I don't want to go, which shows that he doesn't really want the food or the clothes like from her.
And then that's his initial reaction because that's what he's been doing for so long. That's like his gut reaction. But then it kind of dawns on him that there actually is something there that he wants. It's her friendship with his father's co-worker because he wants to get promoted so he can get access to the information of his dream girl. So it's like he finally has a reason to take the handout.
So basically it's like he didn't care either way, and then like he has a care and he doesn't have any principle about it.
Well, I don't. That's what I wouldn't say he doesn't care either way. I think he actively he doesn't care in spite of her. Like his reason for caring is his reason for not caring is because she cares. Like it's kind of like a backwards logic. Like it's not about what he wants, it's about denying her what she wants because he kind of hates her because of the way she is.
Oh, okay. No, I can agree with especially when you consider like his other interaction with the other woman.
Oh, he can't stand her at all. He hates her even
more. Yeah, the woman that's getting the acid treatments.
Yeah, let's pull her up.
He's like clearly like performatively polite to her.
Oh, not her. Does she die? Like I know, like he's hallucinating, but like does she actually die from the treatments? Because they said that is possible.
No, we never get confirmation either way.
No, yeah, they say I die, but I mean she probably does.
Yeah, because I mean, like the one doctor said, like it's gonna like you're gonna make her like fall apart.
My complications had complications.
That's a great line. And then she also has that like that fucking that daughter with like the mouth brace.
Well, you have to wonder if like, wait, does her daughter like actually need the mouth? Or is it like a performative like surgery thing or like a aesthetic surgery thing?
I feel like I could go either way of her because like that would fit the worldview that they're painting, but at the same time, she does seem like to be one of those characters who's just like intentionally ugly and like the main character is supposed to be put off by her. But then like when she's like, it's okay, I don't like you either. I love that line because like it just kind of puts him in his place.
I was gonna highlight that where it's like where he's like, oh, I'll put her down gently, and she's like, no, I fucking hate you too.
Yeah, well, because he is kind of an asshole to her all the time, and like, yeah, he doesn't like her mom or his mom, but like, she never did anything to him, and he's always a dick to her. So it's like, I don't blame her for not liking him. He's kind of like he's not. I don't think he realizes how much of an asshole he is throughout the movie to like everyone around him.
Well, the impression I got was it's like
very aloof.
He is kind of an ass to her without meaning to be.
Well, he's aloof.
But she's also kind of just like, well, yeah, but she's also like, well, I fucking get it. Like, no, I don't want to be involved with you either.
All right, so this is the characters we have left to cover are Jill, Tuttle, Spore, Jack Lint, Mr. Warren, Helpman, Spyro, Mrs. Buttle, Harvey Lime, and that should be everyone.
A lot of these are going to be like really quick, easy.
Yeah, but I'm saying which you want to go next.
Jill. Jill's probably the next most important.
Okay, we'll go back to her, I guess.
She's just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, throughout the. Well, I mean, yeah, she's just.
Well,
she's the neighbor.
She's almost comic. She's almost comically at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, yeah, that's kind of her whole thing. She's the neighbor of the Buttles, which kind of puts her into that whole ordeal, and then that she keeps prying into everything makes them pry into her, and then put nefarious accusations behind well-meaning intent, and then he buys into that the what the bureaucracy is cooking up against her hook, line, sinker, and believes her to be a terrorist, and then he thinks her Christmas present's a bomb.
The big reveal of the Christmas present was it was literally meant to be like a bribe, which is interesting when you tie it into his narrative. He keeps getting people like handing him Christmas presents.
Yeah, because they're bribing him, and he's too aloof to even realize it.
No. So, my view was essentially not only do you have that he's bribing him and he's too aloof to realize it, but you also have the idea that essentially the people will bribe them. They'll bribe their superiors, and they'll bribe their superiors, and it just passes on throughout the system.
Well, that's how you get things done in a backwards system. Yeah, go on.
I'm not 100% on board with that, Reed.
Okay.
I think that she's bribing them with the executive toys, but I think everyone giving him these toys, they're not bribing them. It's just that they're so vacuous and empty that they all just get the same thing because there's no imagination in them whatsoever.
I think it's
like, what do I get someone who's got a promotion? Oh, I'll just get him this because that's what everyone gets this.
Well, I think it's a pretty good read.
Think it's both. I think it's
the same with it's the same thing with the suits. Don't wear this suit, wear this suit. It's the same suit because there's no imagination in these people whatsoever.
That suit line had me dying. It's like, oh, you can't go out in that suit. It's like you'll never make it in that suit. Here, wear this instead. It gives him like an almost exact replica of the suit. Here, let me find the line.
Screws him over later because he doesn't have his own ID because it's in the old suit.
Yeah, it's a very temporary setback that he has to face. Because that issue gets resolved relatively quickly.
No,
but in dramatic
fashion. Yeah, charges.
Well, I mean,
yeah, it does.
Yeah, but at the same time, he was ending up to that end point anyway because of all the other decisions he made. That like he wasn't like that. That wasn't the damning thing that happened to him.
I thought there was a specific reason they do the charges stuff with him, but we're talking about Jill right now.
But here, let me find the suit line first. Here's the line.
We're talking about Jill right now.
No, I literally fucking found the line. Let me say it. You'll never get anywhere in a suit like that. And then he proceeds to hand him a suit that looks almost identical. Like he's saying you won't be able to find Lily in a suit like that. Here, wear this instead. This will get you through your task. It's the same fucking suit. Anyway, I thought that line made me laugh more than any other line in the movie, so I wanted to point it out. But yeah, Lily is I can see why they cut her.
Who the hell is Lily?
It's Lily. Oh, sorry. I was saying Lily Jayton. It's Jill Layton.
Yeah.
Jill Layton, I think, is probably one of the most boring characters in the film. I can see why they cut a lot of her. I understand the purpose of her, but like, she's just in a world of wacky characters. Like, she's not a particularly interesting straight man. Maybe that's kind of the point. Like that he's like making this like very normal, ordinary woman into like this fantastical thing because he's just desperate to have something, and like even though that she's the exact opposite of the woman in his dreams, like he'll go to the lengths to just prove like he'll go to great lengths to achieve that dream because he's basically got nothing else going on.
She's average dystopian, working average dystopian job.
Mm-hmm.
Who isn't even like particularly interesting or involved in anything interesting. And honestly,
She's not even that
this whole
particularly attractive. No offense. She's like
I
average
mean,
looking. She's average looking.
Yeah, I mean, she's good. She's decent, but yeah. It's like she's like Hollywood average, you know?
No, I would just say average. There's a lot of pretty women out there, right? She's in the middle.
Well, no. So I'm also comparing her to the actual like dream version.
Yeah, the
So,
dream version is, I would say, it's pretty average as well.
I would say slightly above average.
I mean,
to be
it's
fair.
personal taste, but I disagree. I mean, like, you go out to the bar and you'll see most girls in the bar are more attractive, in my opinion.
Okay, but most ugly women are probably not going to the bar.
No, they're there too.
I don't agree.
You have to. No, I'm gonna avoid saying mean things about random bar girls.
Maybe I've just met more ugly women. Then again, I'm also not straight, so maybe my view of average is different from the other. Because I don't even view her as particularly above average. I agree. Like she's not like super metal hot.
Yeah, she's not ugly. I never said she was. I just think she's pretty average.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Art, what do you think of Jill as a character?
Oh yeah, I think she's definitely the weakest character in the movie, but I think she serves the role perfectly fine.
I agree.
She's more of a
idea.
She has to be kind of average because she needs to be there for Sam to project all of this stuff onto.
Mm-hmm. She's kind of like a blank slate in a way.
It's one of those weird things too, where like the more time she has, the kind of worse Sam looks.
Well, he looks like increasingly desperate and crazy. Like the stuff he does for her is like, "Get away from me, you psycho."
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like her entire attitude throughout the movie is like, oh, okay, this weirdo stalker is like fixated on me. Okay.
But I think it's kind of like a better application of like the Ray concept, right? Where you take a blank slate of a character so that like the audience, or rather the protagonist, can like project onto, right? Like she doesn't have a lot going on personality wise. She doesn't have a lot to say about the world. She has a couple interesting quotes, but like for the most part, she's pretty just like a very ordinary person, and he's taken this probably the most ordinary person in the whole movie and like made her into this like fantasy, because he's trying, it's kind of what he wants to do with his real life. He wants to take his ordinary life and make it extraordinary, and she's a symptom of that ordinary life that he's trying to turn into a dream, essentially.
He's trapped in mundanity and he wants the less mundane.
Yeah, he wants out, and he kind of sees her as that way out, even though there's nothing there, and it's all dead ends, and everything is just projection and gaslighting.
It's all Art's fault.
Yeah, but yeah, I think I think like saying she's more of an idea than a character is kind of intentional, because she's the idea of what she's the idea of what Sam is looking for, rather than like actually having all that there. She's, like I said, pretty normal, which I guess makes her stand out, because everyone else in this film is like a wacky character.
Well, she's pretty normal, and then she just suddenly like changes over to being his ideal. But then again,
I think there's kind of a degree of unreliable narrator there.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing too. It's like, I don't think that Sam was particularly sane throughout the before he has his psychological, before the ending of the film.
Yeah, he's kind of delusional in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Yeah. And I actually think the chase is an extremely good signifier. and she's
Yes.
highly involved in that, and she's just like, no, wait, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
the
like when
whole
he
time?
rams the barrier, like she was just gonna pass it very normally because she knew there was no issue, or at least no issue from them, right? Like
Yeah,
the
she,
ministry
as
people
far
is a
as
separate thing. Like that's just her like
uh,
her day job that she goes by every day, and like Sam's all paranoid and is like they're after us, and then he causes them to be after them in the first place. Ironically,
well, and same with when he drops the house, it's like, oh,
well
well,
no,
no,
well
don't
that
fucking touch that. What do you mean? That's like my job. I was hired to like haul that.
ironically though that's what temporarily gets them out of the situation because it does stop people that are after him, but he kills those fuckers. So like
It also
Sam's a
Well,
murderer.
yeah,
but
but
but uh, but wasn't were those?
it also snaps him out of it a little bit
Yeah.
because he sees them
Mm.
dying
Yeah.
in front of his eyes.
Same with the
Well,
bomb
yeah,
later. Like
but
the harsh realities of life cut him from the dream state. Like it's the burning bodies and the explosions.
yeah, and like you can ask, like, wait, though, he already rammed through the barrier. So if he didn't do that, would those people have been pursuing him? Which is obviously like, I think another thing. It's like because I feel like she probably at best should have gone like told like, oh no, you're flagged for like civil
Wait,
thing, and
you're
then
assuming they're
we would
sharing
have
the
had to deal with that.
information, which we already went over. They don't tend to do that.
Well, if they aren't sharing the information, they would be like, oh yeah, you're clear to go.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's how that would have played out.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's kind of what I'm highlighting from her perspective. It's just like this is kind of an average day
Well, yeah, and his
with like
help
a
is the
weird, with
problem.
the weird, yeah. Well, yeah, she has bureaucratic like kind of errand to go through.
Well, she's not really as much in the bureaucracy. I mean,
No,
it's
no, no.
present
What
in
I mean
all.
is, she was literally reporting to the office for some reason. So from her perspective, it's like she had this bureaucratic
Well, she
errand.
was
Like,
going to
oh,
bribe the
okay,
bureaucrat, right? Because that's what she had in the package.
yeah. Well, I assume that's kind of the idea. It's like just like this average everyday thing for her, and then like his involvement that more complicated.
All right, let's. Anyone else have anything to say on Jill before we move on?
Yeah.
No,
I guess whatever characters are particularly worth like giving more than a line though. A De Niro's character.
Well, we'll
Palin.
do you want? I mean, do you want to just get the minor characters out of the way?
Yeah, we can knock out the minor characters.
All right. So Spore. Actually, no. Well, he'll be what we use to go into Tuttle. So let's do Spyro. I think Spyro is a fun little character. The waiter.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, yeah. He almost feels like the type that's like trapped in like catering to the upper class in a weird way, where it's like
I think I think he enjoys his job. I think he's one of the few people in the movie
he
who enjoys
does,
his
he
job.
does. But then he does, but then you also get him being like,
Well, he doesn't like Sam because Sam's not engaging with him in the way he wants him to engage with him.
yeah, that's true. Spyro feels like he's somebody who's like kind of happy with the Orthodox, but isn't really engaged otherwise.
However, there is
He's
still
just
elements of even bureaucracy even in the restaurant because like he can't like
yeah,
he has to give him the number. Like Sam tells him the item he wants, like the food.
yeah.
He's like,
That's
I want the steak, and he's like, well, you have to say the number's 3, sir. It's like
yeah, that's what I was more highlighting. He's like so anal about it. It's like almost like
I just think that's how characters in this world are. That's because it's the way the world works.
Well, yeah. I think there's a degree of that, but I feel like it's also like a case. Oh well, if you don't say 3 right now, then we're gonna have to fill out a form 714/D or something like that. This that's kind of the impression I get from just this, like, the idea is just like we're forcing you to engage with the system because I don't want to fucking fill out the paperwork
Yeah, I think there's an element to that.
or the receipt.
what do you think of Spyro Art?
I yeah, really fun side character who just sort of shows a different side of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Someone who's fully
exactly.
committed to their job. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I actually think his best appearance in the film is in Sam's Dream State, where he just becomes completely
Yeah,
malevolent.
I do.
Yep.
That's why I chose the dream state picture of him. He's just like like fucking with Sam in the dream and just like kind of like leering at him. It's really fun. Because he does
He
not
is
like
really
When
Sam.
just kind of. He is not really a full character. He is kind of just like a guy who's there.
He's a bit character, but bit characters are very
the
fun.
best moment is when he does the grand point towards Sam when the police squad come in.
I agree. That's a fun
Yep.
moment.
He's over there.
All right.
I feel like he's at most a representation of mundanity.
I guess I think there's not as much. I don't think he really is supposed to have a ton of thematic value. It's just kind of like another
No,
flavor
no,
of the
he's not.
world, which is kind of funny because like it's a flavor of a flavorless world, right? Like they all eat sludge, like at the restaurant. Like it's like it's flavored sludge.
It's well, it's funny actually that the thing with the restaurant was actually kind of very topical too nowadays, where everybody coughing slop, and then you look at because you look at the restaurant stuff
They're eating
in this,
slop.
and
Yeah,
it's like it is, yeah, they're eating slop sure of
it's
whatever
it,
they're
it, it,
ordered.
it is kind of funny because it's kind of like symbolic of what art's become. It's very flashy, colorful slop, which is what kind of films are nowadays for the most part.
Yep.
So it's kind of
I
some
think that
neat
there's a
foreshadowing there.
criticism there.
I think so too. I think
Yeah.
because like
Wait, and this is
it's presented as like they're in like a fancy restaurant, and like usually in restaurants like this, like food is kind of seen as an art form, and like so like it's kind of showing that like in this type of society, what passes as like culinary art is just colorful slop, which I think is a form of criticism
well,
and satirization.
wait. We can also point out this is the only scene that survived from the original. From Charles Alverson's contributions,
So you
according
think
to what we know.
so you think he's almost critiquing by leaving that in, he's critiquing that guy's version of the film, saying it was like colorful slop.
No. This is literally that guy's scene.
Yeah, but
So
Rangi,
I
that's what I'm saying. I by leaving this in, it's a jab at that guy. Like this is the only thing that was of worth
no,
removing.
I don't think that's the case. I
Mm.
think that this is a deviation point.
Mm. Anyway, let's move on from Spyro. He was fun. I enjoyed him, and he has some of the more unique camera angles in the film. A lot of times the camera will do like that kind of like upshot of him, where a lot of the other times it's more of a down shot. Um, but so guess who else is it's I guess we should do um we should probably go over Mrs. Buttle because she's probably one of the more important uh tertiary characters in the film. Um,
Cool note on her performance
mhm.
when Sam goes to see her and that whole spiel he gives, she never blinks.
Oh, that is pretty cool. It does kind of add to the intensity of the character and what she's going through. And then that encounter continues to haunt him because she becomes increasingly prevalent in his dreams as the story progresses.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's kind of more of just like the catalyst for the plot than a character. But like she still kind of goes to show like she's one of the more human characters in the film. She's like, I don't give a shit about like a check receipt. Where's my husband? Where's the body? Like that's like a very
What have
human
you done
response.
with his body?
Yeah, it's
Well,
very
yeah, and I think a lot of the minor characters have like sort of that sort of like obviously the lady Buttle and her kids are kind of all that way. It's like, where's my husband? Where's my dad?
Mhm.
Like very mundane people that kind of got fucked over because of basically a bureaucratic mistake.
Ooh.
And the bureaucracy's attempt to like fix it isn't enough because okay, that's great. You gave me a check. Where's my dad?
Yeah.
Where's my husband?
Where's his body? Yeah. All right, who else we got? Let's see. We have Mr. Warren, who is the second Sam's second boss of the film, and he's a lot more demanding than Mr. Kutzman is.
Kurtzman.
Also, Art, did you notice something that all the people like higher ups in this business all have man at the end of their name? Kutzman, Help Man,
Warren.
what's this? Yeah, Warren. Like it's all like that kind of like end man endings. I don't know if there's anything to that. I just noticed it.
I was gonna say I worked until the last one there.
Yeah, I guess
that's
I'm
right.
kind of. I think I'm grasping at straws there.
Yeah.
No. I think there is definitely a thing where they have Kurtzman and Helpman, but I don't think it's as strong with this specific boss. There's probably something there that I'm just missing.
I don't know.
But
they're all two syllables.
They all end in two ends. There you go.
Yeah, no. But I think there's something thematic they had an idea of.
They're all very German
translate.
names.
Well, the reason he's called Warren is because it is a reference to something.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
yeah,
maybe
Mr. Warren works
in
Mr. Warren works in a Rabbit Warren style play corridors. That's why he's called Warren.
Well, it's particularly interesting with this specific boss. Basically, anytime you ever see him, he's got like he's got like all of these fucking like subordinates shoving stuff in his face at all times.
Because he actually is kind of like the opposite of Kurtzman. He's the one calling all the shots, like to the point where no one else can make a decision.
The decision maker.
Yeah. And everyone else has no agencies, and they just defer to him. Yeah, go on, Art.
The name thing, Mr. Kurtzman. Kurtzman is German for short man. He's small in stature and success. Mr. Helpman is a bit more tenuous, but he helps Sam.
Yeah.
And then obviously Mr. Warren works in Style Place. That's the connections with the names.
I figured there was something there.
Mr. Kurtzman is also named after the editor of the magazine Help, where Terry Gilliam sort of first came to prominence.
Okay, and then Help.
Yeah.
There's probably a connection there as well.
Well, this is interesting, right? Because when I was looking into things, I remember the guy who started writing the thing with Gilliam, his big credit was Help that was a satirical magazine,
Mm-hmm.
and Gilliam succeeded that guy. So Help Man was probably a reference
Probably.
in that regard.
So, any thoughts on Mr. Warren? Yeah, I think he serves as kind of like a
He feels like
he's the foil to Kurtzman. I feel like in a lot of ways he's the
he
opposite,
is
and management style.
he's the competent version of a middle manager, where he's hyper competent. He is hyper involved, but he's not involved.
Well,
in
he's a
operations.
micromanager, which is its own form of a problem. Like his workers can't do anything without him because he micromanages to the most extreme detail. So I think he's a critique of micromanagement.
Actually, you say that. I can agree. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
because my view was it was the parallel of it's like I kind of had that idea, but I didn't really have the word for it, because he is very much the type where he has all these like devout follow. Basically, he has these toadies following him around at all times, like trying to get approval for everything.
See, my takeaway was
But
that
I guess I didn't view him as a micromanager exactly, but I get what I think he's that sort of like trope of character, in the sense that
I think
he is the type that he literally says like, "Oh, an empty desk." I mean, he said in like that.
Well, yeah. Well, he says like a empty desk means like you're basically being productive because you're not like having papers pile up. But like the reason I think he's a critique of micromanagement is because they are both types of bad middle managers, right? Kurtzman is like the hands off. I'm not gonna like take any responsibility for anything. You guys are like on your own. I'm basically, there's no point in me being here because I'm not actually doing my job as your boss. I'm hands off everything to the extent where like, what's the point of having a boss? And then he's the opposite end of the extreme where he's so involved in every little decision that none of these people are able to make any decisions without him because he's so overbearing. Like look at his neighbor Harvey Lime. He doesn't even know how to work a computer because he's just like so inept because this guy does everything in the department because he's a micromanager. That was my read.
Yeah, well, and also that, but anytime they do or don't do anything, he is particularly like, because remember, he was like particularly like, oh, you have all of this stuff on your desk, and also, it feels like a case of like when our boy does make decisions outside of him, well, those are credited to him.
Yeah.
When Lowry does make decisions outside of this guy, it's credited to him.
And
which is kind of.
And he also basically gives him slack for it because like he does something that he wouldn't do because like he thought for himself, and that's like basically a bad thing in his eyes. Like if you did it his way, that never would have happened, kind of thing. That was my read.
Yeah. Yeah, that I think that's almost as important, if not more important, though. Just because what you said, I think, is a key factor. But what I said was what I viewed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like almost. So it's the difference between the hands-off approach, the extreme hands-off approach of like, oh yeah, they'll do it, and if it's not done, okay, well, we're records. Nobody expects anything of us.
I think it's extreme hands off versus extreme hands on. I think that's kind of what they're going for.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're going for.
Hold on, my computer's about to die. So
I'll be right back.
But Art, you want to go over Harvey Lime? Art, you here?
Yes. Hello.
Do you want to go over Harvey Lime? I feel like you'd be best to go over his character.
Would I?
Yeah, because he's you know the
Yeah, he's kind
he's
of the bot.
he's you know a lot about the person portraying him.
Uh, he, he's played by the co-writer of the film, who came up with all the what's the propaganda material that you see in the film.
Mm-hmm.
But he's playing a character who's like, oh, what is the best way to describe it? He's really like stupidly overconfident in his abilities whilst being completely in every way.
Yeah, you know everyone has a coworker like that where like they're like super like um boisterous about their abilities and then they can never back it up. Um,
But he's also a cowardly pushover at the same time.
Yeah, which is a
Like
lot.
when Sam takes over the computer and he's just like, "Hey, wait, you can't do that. That's mine."
He might be my favorite character in the film. He's just so much fun. His every interaction he has with Sam is just top notch.
I did love the fact as well that he,
Share a desk.
I need to get. Well, Sam's like, I need to get information on this guy. I know this stuff, and he's like, leave it to me. I'll sort it out. And he comes back and he just goes, "Yeah, here's all the information I found. It's literally all the information Sam already told me he had."
Yeah, and it took him ages to do that, and then Sam does it in like 5 seconds. It gets everything he needs. So it's a great bit.
And the desk split.
Oh, the reoccurring desk
Between
bit
the
had
wall.
me dying. I think that might be my favorite reoccurring gag in the film. It's hilarious. That's such a like an example of like cutting corners and like penny pinching in like a bureaucratic setting. That, like they don't even give everyone their own desk. They have to share a desk.
It's such a great set design idea too.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
the idea that they're just taking one office split in half. There's a desk that cut through the wall.
Yeah.
Even the there's a propaganda poster that's right dead center where the wall hits. Half in one office and half in the other.
Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, it's the them like putting their foot in the wall and like and like yanking the desk back and forth. Oh, that's such a great bit. But
I love the fact that when Sam gives up and comes round to his office, he's still struggling to try and pull it through. It's like you're not even meeting any resistance anymore, dude.
Yeah, the dude's a total moron. It's just, his incompetency is like his incompetency in a world of incompetent people is like the fact that it's noteworthy is impressive. Like I think that's kind of the point of his character. That like even in a world full of incompetent people, he's still incompetent in that world of incompetent people. There's levels to incompetency, and he's the bottom. But yeah, Harvey Lime, he's a fun character. I always like it when writers and directors like play characters as well. Speaking of that, the Smoking Man, he's the director, right? Who plays the Smoking Man?
Harry Gilliam.
Yeah, he's just a cameo for the director.
Yeah, it's just a fun little gag. Like, they do this several times throughout the film where they show something look really nice, and then it's just a model or an advertisement, and then like everything around is actually really shitty.
Have we gotten to Toodle though?
No, we were just going over Lime and Smoking Man. And they're both big characters, but the reason I wanted to point them out is because they're played by like the director and writer. But yeah,
I don't know if Smoking Man is that big of a character.
No, I literally just said he's a bit character. I just wanted to point him out because he's director.
Okay.
I literally explained word for word
big
why
character, not bit character.
Well, I guess he's a big character in comparison to the model. But let's see, what else do we have? There is, we have 4 characters left. Tuttle, Spore, Jack Lint, and Mr. Helpman. Alright, who do you want to go next?
We should do Helpman, then Spore, then Tuttle, then Lint.
Okay. So, Helpman is like one of the higher ups in the company that Jack works for, or or I guess government agency would be the better term.
I think he's meant to be the head of the whole government.
Oh, is he the head of the whole government? I thought he was just like
I don't know if they ever
very.
said, but I think that is the implication that he's meant to be the top man.
Oh, I thought he was just the head of his agency, like the head of the.
But the agency is the whole government.
Oh, it's the whole government's only one agency, and just the various departments are all from that one government agency.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, I guess he would be the head of the government then.
I mean, that's why he's on TV giving the interviews. That's why he's got like the big fancy office.
To be
that's why he's
fair,
got all that
though,
power. That's why.
that would like if he was like the head of the CIA, he would still have all that. He would still appear on TV and have the big fancy office.
Yeah, but this is like a dystopian future. A dystopian future doesn't work unless it's all just one centralized power structure.
Yeah, I guess. Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, the stereotype of, well, this is interesting, right? Because it ties into something in my own writing that I've kind of wanted to do. Because I've always been fascinated with the idea of the dystopia via social consent.
Mm-hmm.
But very much dystopia by almost bureaucratic consent, where it's like, well, everybody agrees that this form or that form is necessary, this policy or that policy is necessary. It feels like a natural sort of form of dystopia. Okay, but we want this regulation because of this specific incident or that specific incident.
Mm-hmm.
Where a lot of it does feel very relatable. Actually, like I said, Toodle comes across as very relatable because of this.
Yeah. So Helpman, Art, take it away.
It's
Help, man. We didn't know about this character.
it's interesting because he's in charge of like disappearing people and stuff like that, but he's like really jovial, jolly.
It's also one of the
And
only
vulnerable.
Dichotomy.
Well, yeah, he's a cripple.
He's like.
I would also say he's one of the
specifically vulnerable character.
Well, I mean, but what does
physically?
What does being a cripple mean when you control everything? It's kind of like FDR, right? He was the most powerful man in the world. Just the fact that he's a cripple is kind of irrelevant. But Helpman,
it's often forgotten.
Well, yeah, he's just an old guy when his legs are infirm. That's kind of what happens when you age. So he's probably in his 90s or something.
In fact, I think FDR was a specific reference they were trying to make.
Maybe. I guess you could.
Shocked if it was accidental.
I mean, I'm sure there's elements there. You could consider that thing in the beginning to be kind of akin to the fireside chats and all that. But I would say Helpman is probably one of the most and one of the only competent characters in the film. Like he actually kind of understands how his own system works and how to use it effectively. Like when he gets involved in the plot, it just kind of ends. Like as soon as Helpman gets involved, Sam ends up in a fucking straitjacket essentially. Let me pull that up.
But he's always really nice about it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's just trying to help, man.
He's the constant cricket references and stuff like that.
Oh, I didn't even get that. That's a UK thing.
The what references?
Yeah, that's what he's like. Cricket.
Cricket wireless, or the sport?
Cricket, the sport. The thing that actually existed when this movie came out.
Yeah.
Does it not exist anymore?
No, cricket wireless wasn't a thing when this movie came out.
No, I meant this. sport don't exist after.
No, the sport's extremely popular.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's the sport stopped existing when the movie came out and cricket wireless took its place.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. No, that makes sense.
Because you
one
can
of
have
the
anything at a time that has the same name.
no,
That's
no,
why
no.
when this movie came out, Brazil, the country, stopped existing.
Yep.
Well, yeah, but did you not hear about that war? America specifically invaded the country because now we had a movie called Brazil, and we couldn't allow a country.
Even though it was a British
The
movie.
same. That's the same reason we wiped. No, it's an American movie.
No,
Oh.
wait, but no. It was a British movie, but we had to stand on the principle.
Yeah, it's an American movie though.
All right, but yeah, Helpman is kind of the man behind the curtains for the bureaucracy. He's like because basically there's always the people, even like in highly ineffectual dystopian worlds like this, usually the person at the top is still pretty competent. Like you see this in the Hunger Games, like the Capitol is full of morons, but President Snow is still a manipulative mastermind, even though he has a bunch of pansies for followers. Like it's usually it's kind of like a believable element that at least someone in this dystopian world knows what they're doing. Which is why Idiocracy is so fun. Because
Rangi, did this fucker just reference the Hunger Games?
I did.
He did.
Look,
but, okay,
I like President Snow as a character.
Wait. Let me Steelman Iron, despite the fact that I don't think that book series is good.
First book is pretty good.
I only watched the one movie, and it was a meme in my friend group that Rude dies at the end.
Let me explain to you why this franchise is not good, even though I only seen one of the entries.
No.
We'll save it.
You fucker. If you want to describe this franchise, we can cover it in the future. But right now, I'm just gonna say it's not good. But let me steelman the idea that you are. The idea is that essentially you have the idea of the strong man. Well, a lot of it is you have the idea of the strong man, but in this case, it's the smart man who props up the dictatorship. And they can't really allow for another person of the same to really rise up. Actually, there's a line in the movie I felt like hinted at this.
What do you think he killed? You think he killed Lowry's dad? Is that what you're going with?
Oh no! What I was gonna say, I'm talking about a line from him specifically about Lowry's dad, where he said he appreciated him after the bombing.
Yeah, I think he bombed his dad, right? That's what that kind of alludes to.
I think whether he did or not.
I think there's also a lot of evidence for that, right? He obviously covets Lowry's mom. He has a picture of her like all dolled up on his desk.
He's showing up at all of her.
Well, they were definitely having an affair. Even when his dad was still alive.
Yeah, I think they were having an affair. And I think he wanted him out of the picture to have his role. Like he killed him for his wife and his job with the bombing. Is what I gleaned into that.
Yeah, but the idea of if you are the guy, if you're fucking Joseph Stalin, you can't actually afford to tolerate somebody who isn't just a fucking like your subordinate, unless you can't afford to not have a midwit there.
Well, Stalin is an interesting example because the reason he didn't want smart people around him because he was a paranoid schizo.
No, well, that's the exact point I'm making.
You're steel manning my President Snow argument, and that's not who President Snow is as a character. He doesn't want to be surrounded by morons. He just is.
Well, but the thing about it is, like, the problem is anyone more will probably have their own ideas about things. That's kind of the idea of it.
Well, yeah, and I think it's evident in the film that Helpman kills Lowry's dad. Lowry's dad was more competent than Helpman, but Helpman wanted his role and his wife, so yeah, he bombed him. That's kind of, I think, what the film's alluding to.
I don't know if I won't go that far. I would say that I didn't.
What do you
Because I
think,
didn't get
Art?
the idea.
Um,
I think it works either way.
yeah, I think it probably does work either way.
I know. I'm just curious which way do you think it, like, the film kind of leaning you towards in a direction.
I'm not 100% sure.
Because I feel like I'd have to rewatch it with that
Also,
idea
here's
in
another
mind.
here's
Yeah.
another little symbolism there. He draws his dad's name in the desk, and then he blows him away like a bomb would blow him away. So that's another little.
Oh, my intent was no. He was like, wait, shit, that is actually like a password. I can't leave that sitting there.
I
Because he's
think
almost like a senile old man. He's like, he was like in that sort of episode of like
Biden
talking
moment.
about the good old days, and then he was, yes, literally it was a. That
I
is
think
actually a good way to explain it.
I think that whether Helpman personally bombed him,
Mm-hmm.
the bomb was one of the revolutionary bombs, so it was the government either
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. So I think it's like, and he had the most to gain from his death. So I feel like there's a lot of evidence that it was probably him. Anyway, anyone else have anything else to say about Hetman? We have 3 more characters.
No, I don't.
No, we can't get there.
All right. So we'll do Spore next. He's a fun little side character. He's the guy from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, right?
Bob Hoskins, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't think this. I don't think there was any character for Roger Rabbit.
But he's
I had to make the joke.
But yeah, I really liked his character in the film. I thought every scene with him in it was fun. I liked his kind of like intense blue collar energy they gave off, but he also still was very much in line with the bureaucratic world. Like when Sam gives him like, "Oh, you can't come in here without art." What's the form?
27B/6.
Yeah, and he's like, and like the other his coworker like freezes up, like he like short circuits because he says that.
Oh, okay, that guy. Okay, yeah, no. Well, I feel like this character specifically illustrates the bureaucratic pettiness of the
Yeah.
system.
Yeah, he hates Tuttle
I was
because
gonna say-
Tuttle's able to do the job more efficiently because he
Well, not
skips
just-
out.
No,
and-
no, no,
Tuttle,
no. He represents the inside level of that because Tuttle is tied directly to this character anyway.
Yeah, the vindictiveness of the system, like you went around our back and got it fixed, will fuck higher.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, because this
Nice.
guy is obviously
Apartment.
like, okay, we'll look at your thing, we'll fix it. Oh, it fixed itself. Okay. Shit. Wait, we can't we're already. It felt like it's like we're already dispatched. I can't back out of this. So it's like to look at it.
And then when they realise what he's done, they just like, we're gonna completely destroy this.
Yeah, they
We're
take
never
Yeah,
gonna have
they
a
take
moment's
their
peace in this house
Yeah.
again.
No,
They
no.
take-
It's
take their
the
pettiness out
moment
on
he
Sam.
forces them. It's the moment he forces them to like. Okay, well. Because you don't have this form. Then that's the point where they actually take out their pettiness. Because The idea is just, oh, okay, you're gonna get this specific. Okay, mother. Because we could have done this like in one visit. We wouldn't even have had to file a report.
Yeah.
That was the impression I always got.
But yeah, I think he's a fun foil to Tuttle. He's like the union guy, and Tuttle's the freelancer.
Absolutely.
Speaking of Tuttle, let's bring him up. Where is he? Tuttle.
Tuttle's just your average handyman.
What I love about this character is that he's literally. What I love about this character is he's literally just an independent contractor.
Yeah.
Everyone treats him like the most like dangerous revolutionary ever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I mean. Actually, it's like we're using different frames for him, but I think it all means the same thing.
Well, freelancer and independent contractor are the same thing.
Oh yeah, he's your independent contractor, your freelancer, whatever you want to call it. He's like this. He's a non-union.
He's a non-union alternative.
Well, yeah, he is the guy you will call to fix your air conditioner the next day.
Well, yeah,
that's what he is.
He's the guy that, like, in real life, he's a bit pricier, but it's worth the price because he'll get things done quicker and better than a union guy will.
Oh, that depends on the area you're in, though, mate.
All right, in the area I am in, yes.
I'm sorry if I go to Home Depot, he's the guy you go to Home Depot and pay like in beer.
Well,
or
there's a lot of jokes I can make about the part of the world you live in. But I'm not going
well,
to.
It depends where you are. But so my anecdote, I can relate to this. There's a point in my childhood we had like a household issue. We went to the local bar, we paid a person in beer, and it was fixed.
There you go.
But we were living in the South at the time.
Yeah, different cultures, different regions.
Yeah, but I think this guy is equivalent. Because he literally doesn't take any payment from our main character either.
Well, he does it for the love of the game.
He does do it for the love of the game. But the reason he cites for refusing any payment is literally like, no. You've already done enough for me. After our main character literally gives him a tip off of like, yeah, the government is onto you, mate.
Yeah.
I know. I meant.
Yeah, Robert De Niro this is one of his more charming performances, in my opinion. Like, he usually plays like kind of a prick, and this guy is pretty wholesome.
Most of my experiences with him in Scorsese films. Scorsese is the guy he works with often.
Yeah, he's
right?
a director, but yeah,
yep.
De Niro's usually a prick in most of Scorsese's films, or a lot of them anyway. Like, this is one of the most wholesome characters I can think of that he plays. Like, even in like other comedy films, like Meet the Parents, he's a prick in that too. Like, would you agree this is one of his more wholesome roles?
Yeah.
Well, but he also doesn't have a lot to do in this role. Well, like the most like this, where it's like, oh no, mate, I'm just gonna fix your fucking air conditioner.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
don't worry.
He plays like bit roles and cameos in other films, and he usually gets typecast as the asshole. Like, most of his career, he plays a tough guy asshole, and here he's just like kind of a wholesome, just like, hey boyo, I'm here to fix your stuff. Don't worry about me, and I salute you. And then
him in this film.
Yeah, he's just it's a different side of Nero that I don't really see. De Niro, I don't really see that often, and it is fun. It's always fun to see actors kind of play a different type of character than they're normally typecast as. And like I said, he's usually like the tough guy, asshole, prick character. And to see him just play like a wholesome, just like like I said, wholesome. I'm struggling to think of other words. I'm getting tired, but I would say he's a wholesome character, and it's fun to see De Niro play that. And then the last character is actually the character De Niro wanted to play, and is probably my favorite of like the non-bit characters. Jack Lint, what a guy!
Jack,
best character in the
He's just awesome.
Jack is particularly interesting, because
he keeps getting all his kids' names wrong, and no, Holly, yeah, right, whatever.
And he changes his wife's name.
Yeah, and he just no. It's funny. The only person he ever seems to like treat as his equal is Sam. Everyone else he either demeans or kisses their ass. Sam's like the only character in like the entire film that he like talks to man to man.
I think that's purposeful too, especially given I don't know the version you saw. From what I understand, you saw the original U.S. version, which has like 10 minutes cut out.
It's like,
I don't know what the 10 minutes is.
It's 5 minutes cut out, and I think a large portion of it is the Santa Claus segment.
Okay, I don't know the details of what's cut out.
Me and Art kind of went over it earlier.
It's 10 minutes that are cut out, by the way.
Okay. That was probably one of the times I stepped away then.
You told me 5 earlier, Art. You liar.
The original film is 142 minutes and the US cut is 132, so...
that's what I was going...
Well, the cut I watched was 2 hours and 14 minutes.
2 hours and 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be 8 minutes cut out then.
Oh, maybe that's one cut then?
There are 5 cuts of this movie, so...
It's one of those annoying movies where it's kind of like Blade Runner, where it's like...
Well, this film is compared to Blade Runner because they're both kind of like dystopian sci-fi cult classic films that flopped at the box office and are now considered masterpieces.
Yeah. I feel like this is more like comedy Blade Runner. That's kind of what I would call it.
It's a fair pitch to sell this to someone. All right, let's
so close to dropping a hot take.
Well, you don't like Blade Runner? I've never seen it.
I call this good Blade Runner. Boom.
I've never seen Blade Runner, so your insult means nothing to me.
Wait, no, hold on.
No, we can't do another tangent. We still have so much to talk about. And
we can. It's Friday.
I only see a 7 out of 10. I don't see what other people. 6 out of 10 to 7 out of 10.
Stay on target.
That's what I see it as.
Jack Link.
Okay.
Art thoughts.
It's my favorite character in the whole film. It's just this completely genial, overly polite exterior masking complete and utter fucking evil.
Mm-hmm.
Stay on target. We're too close. Stay on target.
Well, it's funny. It's the first time you used that to cut off us being on target. But yeah,
that was the point. Yeah, that was the joke.
But shit, did I forget to put in the pig mask? Oh well, or the baby mask. I think I did. He wears a baby mask at the end.
Oh no! I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because the theme we get later, he is wearing the like weird like.
It's a baby mask.
Yeah, baby mask. Yeah, baby mask. I guess is a description. I don't know if I would call it that, but
dude, I'm looking at the image right now. It's a fucking infant.
Yeah, no. I understand that's the idea of it, but it's like it doesn't look like a baby to me.
Yes, it does. It absolutely looks like a baby. He's a fucked up baby, but still a baby. Like the Richard Nixon mask, it looks like a fucked up Richard Nixon, but you can still tell it's Richard Nixon.
Well, Richard Nixon was an adult.
Never mind. Go on, Art.
No, I am fucking with you.
I know you are. Just I don't have time or patience. I don't have the energy or patience for your antics right now. Go, Art.
Well, I said my piece. I was waiting for you guys to jump
All
off
right.
of it.
All right.
Oh,
Here's the baby.
yeah.
Jack is, I think, one of the best characters of compartmentalizing like the evils, like it's the banality of evil. Like he just treats it as his day job, right? Like he doesn't really consider the ramifications of his actions outside of how it affects his career. Like he just says like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like it's not about me getting the wrong man. It's I was assigned the right man, and I treated him as the right man as assigned to me. Like he doesn't see that as like, oh shit, I just killed an innocent man. It's like it's not my fault I killed him. Like I didn't know he had a heart condition because the person they were giving to me didn't have a heart condition in their file. Like he just blames it on like the paperwork, not the fact that he tortured a man to death.
I was acting on the information I was given, and that information was wrong.
So it's not my fault, even though I just killed a man. Like that's not what he's worried. That's not where his concerns lie. His concerns lie.
No, he's not a man. He's a statistic. You got the mentality right.
Yeah. But yeah, he's played wonderfully. What's the actor's name again? Art.
Michael Palin.
Michael Palin.
He is the epitome of the banality of evil, though.
Yeah. And I think he probably gives the best performance in the film. He steals every scene he's in.
No, his daughter does that, obviously.
Oh, dude, when she's like, "You can get dressed in front of me. I won't look at your willy." Like that scene.
And that is Terry Gilliam's daughter.
Oh wow.
Holly Gilliam.
I was making just the joke because she's like, it's like random child.
Well, it's just kind of the juxtaposition. He's torturing a man in front of his daughter while she plays with toys because like he just doesn't consider what he does to be like fucked up. It's just it's so what's the word called, normalized, that like it's not even a thought in his mind that exposing his daughter to this is like super fucked up.
He's not doing it in front of her. He's doing it in another room.
Well, no.
Yeah, he's got a curtain.
It's behind like one of those like Japanese curtain things. She can clearly hear.
No, it's not. It's in a different room. You see him come and go down the corridor to his actual office, which is where she is.
Yeah, no. We actually do have the secretary literally says, no, not there. He's gonna be in there.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. But I mean the thematics, like he's still covered in blood in front of her and everything. So like
he is still covered in blood.
So the idea of what I was saying is still there. Just I was wrong on the details.
There's another weird, absurd moment when he first meets with Sam in the movie. And Sam says, "How are the twins?" He's like, "No, it's true."
Yeah.
I don't know what the implication there is.
That maybe when he originally told Sam how many kids he had, he said 2 because he forgot he actually has 3 because he just doesn't seem to he doesn't seem to pay attention.
Well, that fits. Well, that fits. It like he's somebody who's coming from the idea of having a family, but he doesn't actually care about the family.
Yeah,
it's just
he cares about the idea of the appearance of a family rather than having one.
There is another read.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Helpman gets his wife's name, changes his wife's name. There is the read that Helpman said Howie was 3 kids to him when he only had 2 kids, and he just went and got another kid from somewhere.
Yeah. That's an interesting read.
Could be that too.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that, but that would fit the character.
Wait, actually, all fits if you go with the idea this might be a satirization of like certain
Rangi, everything in this film is a satirization.
Well, yeah, everything is in this film is but I'm thinking of like certain authoritarian countries, maybe socialist in nature.
Mm-hmm. But to wrap up Jack's character, when he's wearing the baby mask and he's interacting with Sam, he's mad at Sam for the awkwardness of having to torture Sam. Like he's not like apologetic about having to torture Sam. He's mad that he made him feel awkward about torturing him. Like that's like it's such an interesting insight to the psyche of his character.
Well, it's very clear he doesn't want to torture Sam, but he's also like, fuck, I have to torture my friend.
Yeah, but if you pay attention to the wording, he's not like apologetic about it at all. He's mad at Sam that he makes him feel uncomfortable about torturing him. He's not.
My interpretation was he's specifically avoiding, because he knows he is being recorded and he's being watched. He's specifically avoiding language where it's like, oh, I don't want to torture you, Sam. He's kind of phrasing it as like, why the fuck are you making me do this? Just confess so I don't have to torture you.
I get where you're going with that, but that wasn't my read. I think it's that Sam's embarrassing him, that like he has to torture his own friend. Like it's like, come on, like this looks bad on my career. I think he's such a sociopath that like I don't think him harming Sam, like he doesn't seem that concerned when Sam's in a comatose state at the end of the movie. Like I think
that's a part of it.
I mean, I get what you're going with that, and I think in a different character that would be the read. It's just this is such a like an absurdist sociopath that like he's only thinking about his career, and like yeah, he liked Sam, but like Sam's dead to him now, just like that, because his career potential is gone out the window.
That's an aspect of it. I think that's the aspect of it when you have him talk about too earlier, where he's like, no, don't. Yeah, we've always been close. Stay away for now.
Yeah, like he doesn't want obviously to see Sam get tortured or lose his job. Like they're friends, but at the same time, like he doesn't like react how a genuine friend or like a person with genuine emotions would react to this. Like he's more annoyed than like sorrowful, right?
I think it's kind of both.
I think there's definitely an element of what you're saying, but I think it's the more diluted aspect of his character. Like I think the emphasis is supposed to be more on the sociopathic nature. I don't know. What do you think, Art?
Well, no, I agree with you. There is definitely an element of no. Don't say my name. My name is not supposed to be on the record here. I am mysterious number. Yeah, well, they actually give his designation, but I am operative number, and I think that he is being affected by the fact that it's no anonymous thing. I think that's the idea of it.
Yeah, he's kind of ruining. I think another aspect, he's ruining the barrier between work and personal life. Like.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I see that. Like it's like I'm supposed to be work Sam, or I'm supposed to be work Jack, and then personal Jack, and you're making me be both at the same time. I don't like that.
Well, let's say this: like your job is torturing people.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone you've ever tortured, it's been like some nobody you've never met anyone who's met them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like some fucker from like some third world shithole.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly your next door neighbor is that guy. You are going to treat it differently.
Yeah, however, my point was that he treats it less differently than you would see most characters do in this situation. There's a lot of movies that play with this type of idea, but like since he's like kind of a caricature satirization of this archetype, it's a bit more removed than you would see in a more serious film where they actually have to grapple with that. It's kind of a bit more dark humor.
No, the body in the cut I've seen, the body language is very. Art, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you can stand with me. The body language with the torture scene is very much he does not want to fucking do this.
But I think we're disagreeing on the emphasis of why.
the emphasis on why.
I think
I
he's
think he's
more
more,
concerned about his career than Sam's well-being. Is my point.
No, because I think he's very clearly being much more hesitant than he would be well before
because
Sam starts talking.
Well, because it's like it's this.
Nah, because there's the scene where he's going over the weapons. It's like he's trying to choose the right one. He totally doesn't give a shit. He says that
Oh,
because
Yeah,
okay,
like I said,
man.
he's mad at Sam for making him feel awkward and like the consequences this might have on his career path. Like even though he likes Sam, like he's too much of a sociopath to like actually feel bad about it.
So I feel like he is definitely a sociopath, and I feel like he definitely feels bad about it, not only because of the career. I think the career is an aspect, but I do also think it's like, well, Sam, I don't want to torture you, so just confess so I don't have to torture you. He's still enough of a sociopath. He doesn't really care that he's gonna have to torture his friend. But I think it is making him like, hey, I'm gonna like give you these extra seconds while I'm picking my tools.
I see where you're going with.
I think if his wife was in that, I think if his wife was in that chair, he'd torture her too.
Yeah, like I see where you're going with it, Rangi, and like in a different film, I think you'd be right. It's just you got to remember this is like a much more unconventional film. Like I don't.
Well, I don't know. It could have also been the state of mind I was in because I was in that. I was trying on this like just before I had to go to bed because I was trying to like grind out the film. So maybe that influenced my view of the scene.
Maybe. I mean, I just watched it on my lunch break at work today. This scene, and I got a very different read than you. Like I said, I don't think he enjoys torturing Sam. But then again, I don't think he necessarily enjoys torturing anyone. At least he's not sadistic. He doesn't enjoy causing people pain. He just enjoys being good at his job, which is a different type of sadistic. So he's like he's the monster who doesn't know he's a monster. He's kind of like that Andor character, like the torturer that tortures.
No, I agree with that readout, but I feel like it is a difference of I'm torturing random fuck number 276.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But
I'm saying the difference is because it has personal implications on him. Like I don't think it has to do with that. Like he feels bad he's doing this to Jack. I think it's that like since he's friends of Jack.
So I think I think that the personal implications is a major influence, but I think that the fact is that guy is a minor influence, and I think it's kind of supposed to be ambiguous. That's what I got. But I do agree with your statement more, especially knowing the end of the movie.
Yeah, he's like he doesn't even really react to the fact that his supposedly best friend is catatonic at the end of it. But anyway, like I said,
I think that also the fact their supposed friend, it is like, wait, shit, no, don't reference my name because then they know I'm connected to you.
Yeah,
that's also
that's what we've left out here, which is he really his friend?
Yeah, which is
Sam has connection.
Yeah, I think that's another element too. It's like how genuine of a friendship is it? Because like Jack seems like a pretty superficial guy.
It doesn't actually matter in specific scene if you're taking your view. And I actually think, yeah, Jack is probably being opportunistic. I agree with that. But like the idea of if you are Jack and you are torturing this guy and he's suddenly referring to you by your action.
Yeah, that's why I kept mentioning the career implications rather than the personal concern for the well-being of Jack. But anyway, we're going in circles, and it's time to move on.
I think it can be. I think you are kind of convincing me with that. With the idea of never actually his friend, and it was.
Yeah, I like I said, I think your reads are very logical and would work in a different film. I just think it's not that type
I
of film.
I think it can work either way, but I think that both. I think read that he maybe is like, oh shit, so I have I have to torture Jack, or I
All
have to
right.
torture him, and
Okay.
I don't want you referring to me as Jack because that is actually my name, and that kind of
Yeah, I know. I
personalizes
know.
the experience.
All right, we're wrapping that up. So, luckily we only have two that are somewhat meaty left. The other three we can breeze through, but I do need to step away for a second. So I guess just talk about your overall thoughts on the plot and conflicts of the film, and then we said a lot. See, what's nice is we said a lot of what we're gonna say already, so we can probably be done hopefully in the next 15 or so minutes. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah. Well, I said why I think this many categories is bad because we are yappers.
well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not the amount of categories. It's the amount of tangents. Like we spent half an hour talking about supply chains. Like we didn't need to do that. Anyway,
Well, but you did it,
yeah,
motherfucker.
yeah. I'm
You
not
don't get
saying
to.
I'm above my own. Like I'm not saying I'm not part of the fault. I'm just saying that
I
like
think well, no, I think we do so much bleed through
mhm.
when we're doing different topics that it
This
almost seems like
sounds
it
like
was.
an
It,
off-stream conversation.
well,
All right, we can condense it more. Uh, I'm gonna go step away. Have fun.
Yeah. Sorry, Art, but it is a case of it's just gonna extend the stream.
I know it's 5:15 in the morning.
Okay. So when it comes to the plot and sort of the thematic elements, obviously we've talked about it. It's very much an anti-bureaucracy. I feel like almost anti-government bureaucracy film. Like I think, but I also think it's not even anti-government bureaucracy. It's just the like, oh, you this report and this report and this report in order to do just like minor action. Like that's kind of the vibe and culture that they're representing.
Yeah, with this efficiency that leads to inefficiency.
Yep.
You become colossally inefficient.
Well, but also you have to think about like, okay, well, a lot of the stuff sounds efficient, and then you deal with it, and then a single mistake is made, and it causes a massive issue.
Yeah, I mean, literally, this whole movie is kicked off because a bug falls into a machine.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm
And
leading into, and that's kind of what I would highlight with the plot. It's very clear that it is just like, okay, well, with a system of bureaucracy like this, what does it mean to make a minor error? Not even a minor error. A minor error happens outside of anyone involved's concern, really.
yeah, just and everything. You just see the complete incompetence of almost every single system.
Yeah. Well, it's not even just complete competence, it's almost like the malicious incompetence, because nobody ever wants to accept the accountability, and the accountability means you have to accept the consequences of it.
Yeah,
I'm back.
And it's easier
I'm
to
back.
just.
Back.
I was good. Well, we are talking about the plot because I think a lot and the themes because I think a major it's easier to shove all of the defects of the system onto an individual than it is to fix the defects of the system.
Yeah, it's easier to have
It's like a
scapegoats
major.
than to actually fix the roots of the problems.
Yes. Yes, that is a major message of the movie. Think about it. It's like one of the big things that our main character is charged with is actually forging the signature of his boss in records. Nothing to do with any of the plot of the movie outside of him trying to resolve that is like bureaucratically important to resolve. But he is just made as a scapegoat for everything the bureaucracy has failed at, just while he's been involved.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the idea. And I think anybody who's been involved in like a kind of bureaucratic system has seen that happen. Where it's like there's rules that everybody ignores, but once it becomes convenient to throw somebody on the bus, those get thrown at somebody.
And I think you guys have been
I've
mostly
seen it.
touching on the plot, right?
Yeah, because we're talking about our main characters or in the plot line and that stuff. Because the whole situation is caused by one mistake, where every line of every stage of the system then fails. It tries to blame every other system.
I think this film, more than many films, or at least it's one of the better examples of how the internal and external conflicts weave together, right? Like the external conflict of the errors of bureaucracy causing problems in Sam's life, and then his internal conflict of wanting to seek meaning in a meaningless life, and then he kind of uses this kind of change in circumstance to finally kind of break out of the mold he's been looking to do so. I think it's just kind of the way that they weave the dreams with the reality of the situation is a very I would say not necessarily unique, but very innovative take on the juxtaposition between internal and external plots or conflicts.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's easier if I detail the plot from at least from my understanding, and you guys can like correct me if I miss anything. Okay, so because I think I can do it in like 2 or 3 minutes. So the main plot is our main character is an office drone. A bureaucratic is made where a character named Tuttle is supposed to be like apprehended because of a literal bug in the system. A character named Buttle is apprehended instead, who is just family man doing working class job. This character then gets apprehended, goes through the system, dies in the system because it is a highly system that of governance. Our main character though is our bureaucratic drone, where their tie-in is a check lands on their boss's desk. And their boss doesn't know what to do because they have to pay the check. Or they don't want to have to deal with it. They don't want to have to they don't have to make a decision. And he gives like his advice. And then he gives more advice because that advice didn't work. And then eventually he's just like, I'm just going to help myself to deal with the problem. And from there, he encounters a girl because he has been like a person in a boring corporate environment. He has dreams. He has like the dream girl. He has his fantasies of a world outside of what he's dealing with, and then he encounters a girl that looks like the dream girl that he's had, and he simps. And then from there, he ruins his own life. I think that's the plot.
Yeah, more or less.
Close enough.
Yeah, we covered a lot, but like I said, the part of the reason I designed it with these different categories is because some films are going to focus on some things more than others, and then I'm trying to like or kind of organically. I think maybe it's something we could work on better is like instead of going in a particular order, just have the categories, and then whatever category we feel like talking, we can jump back and forth. That might be a
Yeah,
good way to do it.
I think my Spark Notes have helped.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I need to just like combine whatever I feel like I can combine.
Yeah,
And
I
that
think
helps.
uh this is definitely just going to be a work in progress. Like this is definitely a much more variable way of breaking down films than going chronological order because that's the same process every time. I think this way is more fun, but it's also more unpredictable of like what we're going to get wrapped up in. So like even though we didn't necessarily dedicate as much to like an in-depth plot breakdown, we kind of covered the plot in its various aspects through other means. But yeah,
Yeah.
I think you did a good Sparks Note summary of the plot, and you did it in a comedic way, which is kind of fitting of a comedy film. So the next one is going to be like literally like 30 seconds because unlike a lot of films, there's only one POV character in this film. The entire, I guess, except for the very end, is through Jack and Mr. Helpman's point of view, but the rest of the film is solely through Sam's POV. Like,
Yep.
like it's from start to near finish. Like I said, like the you can see it with Mr. Helpman here with the farm in the background. That's the first time I think in the whole film where it switches POVs because and they do it to show the juxtaposition between Sam's POV and the real world's POV.
Then a few very brief moments they switch to the woman's POV just kinda
Oh, at the very beginning of the film, yeah, is
functional.
Mrs. Buttle. So you're right. So Mrs. Buttle in the very beginning, and then Sam for like 95% of the movie, and then the very end is Mr. Helpman and Jack's
I,
POV.
I meant more just the way they frame it and the way they show Jill. There's a couple of
Yeah, but
times
both
where
both those times you're thinking of he was watching her from the elevator.
No, there is one other time where it cuts to her at the desk when.
Oh, you're right when he says go get the stamp back.
yeah, but yeah, it feels like I would argue that the movie is purposely avoiding her POV because
They
she is
want you to
supposed to
see
be
it.
a dream girl.
Yeah, they want you to see her almost exclusively through Sam's POV.
Through his exaggerated perspective.
Yeah, it's definitely that's I think that's kind of the benefit of having like a singular POV like because there's a lot of really cool things you can do when you bounce around different POVs and their different perspectives and ways they interact with the plot. When you do just like a character study like they did on Sam in this film, it's like really helpful to just stay on him for the vast majority of the film. But yeah, that's
Well, because with his whole like seeing her in his dreams, there is actually it's actually very easy to rationalize that.
mm-hmm.
Like he probably saw her idly around the city somewhere, like just in a moment, and his brain like fixated on her, like,
Or maybe
oh,
he saw her in a
that's a
file.
beautiful
He
woman.
saw her in a file that he was working on or something.
Yeah. Either he saw her around, or he saw, because she literally is a truck driver around the city. Like, it's very easy to naturally like just justify him. Like he saw her passively, because this is the other thing about her. He doesn't know anything about her, and he clearly doesn't know anything about her. He continuously, when it comes to dealing with her,
He willfully ignores like who she actually is to perpetuate the fantasy.
exactly.
But yeah, I think this film does a lot. Not so much as bouncing between different POVs, but like the kind of conscious and subconscious POVs of Sam. Like when he's in the dreams, he's in the subconscious state, and then when he's walking around the real world, he's in the conscious state, and the kind of the juxtapositions between how he views himself consciously and what his subconscious wishes he could be, kind of thing.
Yeah, I obviously like a major thing, and I think there's a lot of tonal stuff with what we say that kind of portrays his POV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we touched upon that.
And how the camera's focused.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that was one of the segments you stepped away for, but yeah, me and Art covered kind of how like the different tones and atmospheres between the real and dream sequences.
I assumed so I wasn't gonna fixate on it. I just wanted to highlight it again.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something worth highlighting. But yeah, that's about all I have to say about POVs. I'm assuming, Art, you don't have much to say. I know you're ready to be done.
Oh no, he can go for another 7 hours. I know what time he goes to bed.
Yeah, Art's a vampire. He doesn't sleep. All right, dialogue. I was very impressed with the dialogue in this film. I think there's so many layers to so many of the lines. I think the comedy really works. A lot of the almost every joke landed.
Some scenes.
Mm-hmm.
I was impressed in some scenes, and then there was some times where I was kind of annoyed because it felt like.
Can you give me an example?
This might just be that I'm not like this type of comedy, but sometimes it just felt like our main character was. So sometimes it feels like our main character is like the intelligent person, the straight man, and sometimes it just felt like they treat him like a retard.
Well, I think there's purpose behind
joking.
That. Like he's.
Oh, I agree, and I think there's an angle. I feel like there's an idea of when you're dealing with the corporate day, kind of not even the corporate day to day, but the mundane bureaucratic day to day. There's a part people's brains just shut off until like something's brought up.
Well, he's kind of the inverse of that. Because he in the mundanity he thrives, and then when he actually has to critically think, he shuts down.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's almost kind of the reverse of other characters in that way, and I can bring up a specific joke brought up by our local maintenance man.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said I can bring up a specific joke brought up by our local maintenance man.
What, Tuttle?
No, the official maintenance men. Remember that when they're like
Spore?
Oh, yeah, well, yes, Spore and his partner. That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're like, oh, okay, we'll just look at the thing, and he's like, oh, okay, but do you have a 1058-B? It was something like that.
27B/C or something like that.
Yeah, it was.
There he is.
Yeah, it's like he brings that up, and it's almost like the fact is, like, anybody who's dealt with any like degree of a bureaucratic system knows that so many things are like ignored, and then once that type of thing is brought up, it's like, oh, fuck, that's gonna be like an hour of my day just gone.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of the dialogue, Art?
In this, like 3 or 4 hours.
What?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it's not like the maintenance men are not being petty, but it is kind of like, oh fuck, I have to like this process. It's gonna take so much of my time. They were happy to like, okay, we're just gonna fucking look at the thing. You're not going to ask questions about the paperwork. We're not going to ask questions about the paperwork. We're just going to fill out the bare minimum stuff. Was the implication?
Didn't he say he was a stickler for paperwork, or was he being sarcastic?
No. That was my interpretation of what's his name? Sparrow.
Spore.
Whatever his name was, official maintenance man.
Spore.
Spore, yes. Yes. But a lot of that dialogue also highlights like a lot of the satire in a very strong way. I felt like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like,
good stuff.
like I said, anyone who's dealt with like extreme bureaucracy gonna know, like, the rules only matter once they're brought up.
Mm-hmm. Art, what do you think of the dialogue?
Or
I'm sure you. It's probably all right in your your standards, right?
Are you talking to me or Rangi?
said
Yeah, I
art.
think it's amazing.
Yeah, I know.
yeah,
Oh, I didn't hear
no, no, I agree. Like the jokes are amazing too, and the dialogue is amazing, but it highlights a specific element, I think, of culture
Yeah, the
that I
dialogue's
think
very
is worth
clever
bringing
and
up.
multi-layered. I think it achieves like just inherent comedy and then satirical comedy that you only get if you understand what they're making fun of, and then it's also advances the plot and then kind of achieves all three of those things at the same time.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight specific like example of what I felt they did well. Sorry,
No, all good.
I didn't land.
No, it's all good. I look, dude. It's my energy levels are just dropping. That's all. It's. I'm just.
I get it.
But
It's too many drugs.
I also do think that this is definitely going to be one of those films that is going to be a longer stream because there's just more to talk about. Like as much
There's
as
a lot to
as much
talk
as I
about.
adore The Lion King, it's much more straightforward in the reads you're supposed to have in that film. Not to say there's not a lot to talk about. It's just there's a lot more ambiguity in this film, and whenever there's ambiguity, there's room for much lengthier discussions because it's not as black and white. Even if the black and white can be very detailed and in depth. Like no,
Yeah, no,
there's no quarrels about if Scar was actually right all along in The Lion King. Although Art might have that position just because he likes Jeremy Irons.
It is interesting because this is also one of those movies with, especially with dialogue, where I always have to wonder, like, how, because it's one of those trippy movies where we don't necessarily a reliable narrator, and I don't even think necessarily that Sam Lowry is a reliable narrator early on, just based off what we see of how he acts.
Yeah, he's unreliable because he's naive, and then he's also kind of a schizo, and then he's like fucking fully like vegetative by the end of it. He's in a comatose state. It's like he gets progressively more unreliable as the film progresses until he like snaps and reaches like a catatonic state and retreats in himself. But yeah, I think there's a lot of great dialogue in this film. We've quoted a lot of the movie throughout the stream. But like I said, it's very, very punchy, very witty, and very meaningful dialogue, in my opinion. And with that said, I want to move on.
Highly effective satire.
Yes, it's definitely this is definitely one. Like, I like satire, but sometimes you kind of get lost in the weeds of the satire.
Okay, wait.
Satirization.
We have the two biggest. We have the biggest at the end, which is appropriate, which is the resolution.
Yeah, so pacing is just going to be a quick conversation. I thought this film was very well paced. I don't think it really drags in any section. Maybe a couple of the dream sequences went a little too long, but that's only a minor complaint.
I was gonna bring up the dreams. I think I got what they're trying to say, and there's a few other sequences where I felt like it lingered. I think overall it works.
Yeah, I have no major complaints.
It's also trying. I think it is also trying to give a uncomfortable feel as the feel it's actually giving. It's always kind of going for that uncomfortable feel with a lot of those other sequences, and the dream sequences are separate. I'm not talking about those.
Yeah.
The dream sequences, it's obviously going for a fantastical. I actually feel like the dream sequences is escapism. It's like it is somebody who is like an office drone looking for the excitement that they could have in some other fear. Like I've had this. The daydreams of of an office drone, where you do like imagine like fantastical situations and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Because life is boring.
It can be.
Uh,
And that's you
outside of that,
have to find your own fun, which Sam I think kind of he gets, but not in the correct way. Like he goes about finding your own joy in life in in all the wrong ways. But yeah, Art, what would final thoughts on the pacing of this film?
I think this film's perfectly paced.
Yeah, like I said, I have
There's not
very
a dull
minor
spot for
complaints.
me.
Yeah,
yeah, there's a few things I'm like a little iffy on, but I think it's just personal opinion.
I think a couple of the dream sequences lingered a little too long. Nothing crazy. Like I said, I'm completely fine with the pacing in this film. I think it's very good. Like I said, if I were to cut something, it'd probably shave a minute or two off the dream sequences. But other than that, I think everything is about where I would want it to be.
Well, I think in my ideal cut of the movie, I'd probably only be shaving off like maybe like 3 or 4 minutes. I don't think I would be shaving off as much as.
What did they shave out 80 minutes or some ridiculous shit like that?
Well, so they shaved off like
48.
10 minutes from the
48.
version you saw.
That's
But yeah,
brutal.
48 for the
Love
yeah.
conquers all cut.
I'm like for me it would probably be like, oh, I could kind of understand shaving off like maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. I can understand. There's some scenes I think go on a little too long. There's some jokes I don't think are that funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, there's little tweaks I'd make, but overall, I was pretty happy with the pacing. And speaking of pacing, ours is very slow. So let's finish this puppy. Resolution.
Yeah, with resolution. Yeah.
It's the last
Okay,
topic.
so which is probably the most important topic, because one of the biggest controversies of this is that the dark ending is cut for a happy ending.
Yeah, which I think is a terrible change, and whoever came up with that idea should be shot.
It's Johnberg.
Yeah, and then if he survives, he should be shot again, because that was an awful idea, and I'm very glad I saw the correct ending to this film.
Well, you can't get the Love Conquers All ending.
Oh, they stopped
it never got formally. It never got formally released. The show was on like TV once, and I believe Terry Gilliam threatened to sue.
Oh,
They'd
wow.
never show that fucking piece of shit ever again. It might have been released on some DVD box sets. There is a box set that's like got 3 discs, so it might be on there. But
I can maybe be like, oh, the other cut is like a little bonus feature on our thing. We'll just show that the alternative ending. I would be fine with that as a kind of like little bit of cinematic history, Yeah, no, I really dislike the idea, the fact that I feel like part of the point of the movie is the bitter kind of ending that we actually get. The idea of a main character has this happy ending of like, oh, everything worked out in the end, but it is actually just all in his head. I think that is particularly important important for the theming of the movie is because there's so much that is tied to escapism in this already.
Yeah, I think that it's
Yeah,
important.
the ending.
Go on, Art.
The ending of this movie is the absolute perfect touch. It needed to end this way.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think you take out all the punch of the dystopia if it's that easy to get out. Like
Yeah,
like if he, like in his fantasy dream, like Tuttle and like a crack team of like other freelancers, I'm assuming, like blow up like the main government building, and like him and his girl just leave town happily ever after. No one's after them. They settle down and have chickens and kids and like on a little farm. And like that's like, no, that's not how this would go down. Like it's something this institutionalized is not going to be that easy to hand wave away. It's the naivety of the character.
Especially when we've already been told that the girl is dead.
Well, that wasn't in my cut of the film.
Yeah. No, we are specifically told that the girl is dead. And
again, that wasn't in my cut of the film.
Yeah, but we're not talking. We're talking about the right. Yeah, it's almost like Art sent you a specific link with the right cut of the film.
Whatever. That's like that ended up being like the only meaningful difference.
But basically, like, it's interesting because I think it does make it hit harder because it's very easy to realize that this isn't like real. This isn't like. This is almost like not only is this too eyed to be real, but like that bitch was dead.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I also need to point out because we haven't had a chance to really discuss the absolutely amazing image of Tuttle getting literally swamped to death by paperwork, which is what he said he hated being swamped, and then he literally gets swamped to death by paperwork and disappears. It's such a fucking great image.
It's the imagery in that scene is phenomenal. Yeah, he gets destroyed by the very thing that he hated most was the fucking paperwork that prevented him from doing what he loved. Like he loved what he did so much that he was doing it for free.
Well, no. Well, it's not only that. My interpretation of Tuttle was almost like, well, I've dedicated this much of my life to learning how these kind of things work. Like, I'm just gonna do it. Fuck it.
Tuttle's great. I like Tuttle.
Well, he's not a revolutionary in the way like Sam thinks, like a gun-toting guy who's going to take down the government. But he is a revolutionary because it's like, yeah, I'm just going to do my job, and I don't care if they don't want to let me. I'm just going to do it.
He's a much more.
He's clearly a rogue candy man.
Yeah, he's a much more appropriate revolutionary for this type of the film. He's defying the government by just doing the job effectively, which is, I think, the most brilliant satirization they could come up with. Like it's
actually,
perfect.
We were talking earlier. We said someone was the most competent character in the movie, but he's the most competent character in the movie.
I agree. Yeah, Tuttle is able to like single-handedly subvert the government by just like being good at like moving around and doing his job, getting
weaponized
competency.
Competent.
Well, the most like aggressive action we see from Tuttle.
He has a gun for self-protection.
Pointing a gun. Well, I was gonna say outside is he switched two pipes.
Yeah. But
and it was to literally like fuck over people who actively hated him.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think most dystopian films end better with a tragic ending. Like I think for the most part, like there's obviously exceptions, but most of my favorite dystopians end with a tragic ending, and this is another one to that, another feather to that cap. But yeah, I really enjoyed how the film wrapped up. I think it kind of wraps up everything in neat little bow, and it like kind of like when I saw that was the ending, I was very satisfied because I was kind of worried it was going to be the happy ending, and then it was so I'm like, all right, okay, good. Woof. Crisis averted.
This sort of dystopian, with this sort of protagonist, I don't think you can have that sort of happy ending where it's like, oh yeah, they just collapsed the society and that's it.
Yeah. And I think usually when you do collapse the society, that like the follow up.
Well, then
to
you
that
have to address the follow up.
Yeah, and I think I know we talk about this enough, Rangi, but I think that's one of the reasons I really like that series is because it's one of the few series that actually deals with the follow up, like what happens when you destroy the oppressive regime, what replaces it, and what does that look like, and what does that do to the heroes, and like it's very interesting stuff that like most dystopian stories where the good guys win don't bother to answer that question.
Or if they do, it's very surface level.
Yeah, and this is one of the only and most realistic takes I've seen on what comes next, and that's why I'm like glazing that series so hard. But anyway,
chat that series is Red Rising.
Yes, and
look it up.
Yeah, I'm sure you
can
tell I like that channel. Anyway, final thoughts on the film because me and Art need to go to bed. Rangi, go.
Well, you don't need to. You want to, but okay.
Shut up. Go.
No. I think it is. I'd never heard of this movie. Before. I expected something entirely different just hearing the title. I went into this blind. I think this is probably one of my favorite absurdist movies, comedy movies. It's probably not one of my favorite films. I'm sorry, Art, but it's not my favorite genre. I think that's a lot of it, but there's a lot of things that vibed with me that made him probably one of the absurdist comedies of all time.
I guess I'll go next.
I say that. I wouldn't call Death of Stalin, for example, an absurdist comedy, but yes, I really liked it.
I also really liked it. I liked it more than Rangi, but not as much as Art. I think I expected it to be good, and it was even better. So that's always nice when you expect something to be good and it ends up being great. So that was a pleasant surprise. I don't like to give like hard and fast number rules because I'm always reevaluating films every time I watch them. But if I didn't really give this film I would probably give it a 9 out of 10. It's really good. But yeah, I'm really glad Art introduced this to me. I never heard of it. I probably never would have came across it because even though my dad's like pretty good with like showing me all the cult classics, he's never even heard of this film. So it's like if he's never heard of it, then I probably never would have came across it if Art didn't recommend it. So thanks again, Art, for recommending it. I really enjoyed watching it. Really enjoyed talking about it. And yeah, that's all I have to say about it. To you, Art.
Yeah, I probably also would have never watched this if it wasn't for Art.
Yeah, I'm great.
Oh, okay. Let's not get crazy. You're okay. You're above average. You're like a 6 out of 10.
Oh, I'm just like Kim Grease, apparently. Okay.
Yeah, like I'm a 9 out of 10. Iron is like a 4 out of 10.
Uh-huh.
Wow, you've been kind to Iron tonight. Anyway, Brazil's my second favorite movie of all time. I absolutely love and adore it. I think the dialogue is great. I think the acting is great. I think the music is great. I even downloaded Kate Bush's version of the song because I love this movie. This was going to be in the film, but and I well, I don't like giving number ratings to stuff except that have to for the sites I use, but I give this movie a 10 out of 10 because I fucking love it so much.
Hey, based.
Wait, should we give like a very, very brief mention of next movie to watch?
Sure. Yeah. So I picked Lion King. Art picked this. Rangi, go ahead. Tell everyone what we're gonna do 2 weeks from now.
Yes. So this movie is kind of one of my own personal favorites. Gran Torino.
It's one of my dad's
It's-
favorites as well.
Yeah. It's one of the few live action movies I've gone on my way to own a steelbook of. It's probably one of my favorite movies of all time. It's probably one of the best anti-racism movies. So, check it out, and I recommend it highly. We are going to talk about it next time in like 2-3 weeks,
Yep.
somewhere around there.
All right. Well, we're gonna skip
One of
the.
Rangi's favorite movies, one of Iron's dad's favorite movies. Rangi is Iron's.
I am.
Oh no! Don't put that thought in my head. Curse you, Art. That's gonna haunt me in my sleep, like Mrs. Buttle haunted Sam. And on that note, everyone.
I'm also Mrs. Buttle.
Oh god, that's somehow less horrifying, but still equally horrifying. Anyway, we're gonna skip shilling our channels. I'll link Rangi. I'll share the what's it called, the
collab.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
collab feature. Shout out YouTube for like the one good feature they made in 10 years. And I would collab with Art, but doesn't have a channel. He just does this for the love of the game and love